Greetings, everyone. How be you? How be you? I'll be right there. I'm going to wait for some more people to come on, and I'm going to be sharing. Yeah. The name Sanchild, but don't wear it out just because you hear me now. Rap it to the beat. I hope you all know this. Peace, peace, peace to everyone. Okay. Greetings, greetings. It's been a while. Who is on here tonight? Late night with Sharon. Okay. I'm trying to flow to the sea in the sky zone. I ain't Icarus, I know the limits to the shit, and I know I ain't falling no time soon. So if you was hoping for that, you better mind your manners. Okay, I'm hooked up on Instagram and I'm hooked up on YouTube. Greetings, celestial earth goddess. How be you? How be you? Welcome, welcome. Late night with Sharon, wherever you are. Everything is just perfect in its timing. I've been working through technical challenges, not difficulties, in getting set up. So I'm on YouTube, I'm on Instagram, and I'm on Facebook. I'm great. I've been moving through the cycles of change and everything. So while I'm waiting for more to come on, I'm playing Charlize's album in the background. And I'm going to be lighting up some sage. And I'm going to be clinking on here because I want to make sure all the energy clear before I start speaking. And what comes up. You know what feels so wonderful? I can play my daughter's album and I don't have to get censored from YouTube or Instagram. You know how good it felt today when they tried to block the music on Facebook? And I was like, we own it. It's a wonderful feeling. That's right. So I'm glad to be on the other side. That's right. That's right. Welcome, welcome. That's right. That's right. So I am proud for anyone and everyone who has been following Charlize's journey as well as my journey and her journey and our journey. I just want to give thanks and praise to the Most High for the blessings, everything that's coming in power and love. That's right. The ancestors are most definitely on hand with everything that's going on. That I can tell you. Anyway, I'm trying to get it light up. I literally got this. I got this week. That's right. I got it from my local tribal shop. And Spirit said, you're going to burn it today. That's right. I have my blessings oil on. I put it on Charlize's hand from earlier this week. And so it's like, this is what I'm talking about. Okay. Inner and outer. Inner and outer. Yeah. So I'm going to be introducing Charlize again. I know I shared the video with me interviewing her, and she's talking about the album and, you know, what it took. And it's a lot of hard work, you know, but like I said, when you put in what you put in is what you get out, because we plant the seeds. And I just want to give thanks to all those who have supported her throughout the years. Charlize has been doing her thing from she was 9 years young. She didn't know where she was going to go with it, but definitely I stayed with her on it, getting her to get out of her shyness. I don't know if anybody noticed. If anyone noticed, she wants to say something, you know, she always wants to say something. If anyone noticed when I was interviewing her yesterday, did you notice how she was speaking louder? Did you hear Charlize speaking louder? Come on, man. Hey, I'm looking over at Instagram. I'm going back and forth, so if you see me going like this. Anyway, happy Saturday, Friday, Thursday, every day of the week. Let's bring in the intention. I'm trying to get this thing to smoke and bring in all the energy. Plus, it's a new month. It's July. It's supposed to be the hottest month of the year, but I look at it as the blessing of the year. We're sort of in the middle. The sun is in Cancer, Mercury is in Cancer. We're in a full moon in Capricorn. That's right. So I want you to put in the box, what have you been shifting lately? What have you been shifting lately? Da, 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 da. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, what have you been shifting in the meantime? I'm just making sure that it stays light up because I've been processing some energy today. I noticed like a lot of electronic stuff been acting up. So, you know, those solar flares is really, really, really kicking in. That's for sure. Oh, one of your fans said your album is fire, Charlize. So your album is fire. Steven, well, I light the fire. That's right. So yeah, I noticed a lot of, but I'm gonna talk about that in these early morning hours of July 1st, 2023. We're past midway, just about in the center. Plus, you and I know, we all know that there's some things happening in the States as far as the karmic cycle of things that's ending, and the things that are coming to the forefront, the things that are in reverse cycle. That's right. So you know me, I'm going to spit the truth. I'm not going to really spit it, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to bring it out. A lot of things that I've had to let go of, even more, from things that we believe to be true, or we thought to be true. And there's so much things that we really have to, that we're really leaving behind, as one would say, truly leaving behind. Okay. And it might not be pleasant. It might not be what we want to hear. But all I know is that if you're not going according to natural law, I don't know what to say. So, and natural law itself is connected to spiritual law. So it's what comes through from spirit first, before the physical. So this is a time of abundance. It's a time of clarity, no more confusion. The more you open your heart, this is about the heart center time too, because the Cancer season is about your heart. And also, all the season, it doesn't matter, but this is more specific to this right now, to what's going on here. We're talking about the tribe, when you're in the mother's womb, and in the womb itself is where you are connecting to the beginning stages of mother, right? The beginning stage when you connected to your mother. And as you connect to your mother, and as long as she's honorable, or whoever you have in your space that's honoring mother, the mother within you, that's where you receive your blessings. That's where things flow in abundance, because she's who you connect to from the beginning stage, where you're encouraged, you're feeling something connecting, through the vessel. You're feeling it through, all of the parts of your body, the cells, the cellular, the system, right? And through that system itself, as you're connecting, you're able to bring together yourself and everything in that divine love and that divine space. But when there's a disconnect, and depending on what type of disconnect, because sometimes we need to disconnect the cord and find ourselves again, and we reconnect again. So when we think about the mother and the space of the womb, we're in the womb center of mother. We're in the womb space of love. And so if you feel and know that you're connected to that love, everything will continue to flow for you. But if you're still operating from trauma, and you're operating from the space of where, you feel like as if you're not loved, and you feel abandoned, and you feel rejected, and all of that stuff to do with your mother, anything else that you're trying to create outside of that space is going to keep falling apart. So this is about connecting to yourself, connecting to the mother principle, the feminine principle, connecting to the beginning stages of life, how life began and where it connects to through that natural space. Okay, that's right. As you connect to that, and if you feel that you don't have the mother that you wanted to experience in the biological sense or in the physical sense, find the essence of mother through yourself, through the ethers, through the earth itself, because that's still mother. Okay, so I just wanted to give that little bits pieces in there, which is not anything new that I've never said before. But again, this season to where we go back to the root, where we come back to the tribal beginning stage of when we are together and we're not separated, and we don't build on any consciousness of separation. We're building on the consciousness of unity, and the unity itself is what brings in the blessings, and the blessings itself is what creates an expansion. And as you are in that joy of how you connect to mother, it expands, and everything just starts to just move in such a divine flow, beyond. And as you integrate that, whether it's from mother to son, mother to daughter, daughter to mother, son to mother, then connecting through to the father, and you have that three center fold, that's where you feel that balance that's coming in. But as long as anything is pulling apart from you and you're feeling that disconnect, then you're not going to be able to see it from different levels of consciousness. So you will have to really work through your healing. Healing is so important, especially now, because I've been noticing that there are more people that are literally skitzing out. They're skitzing out in the sense where as soon as you say one thing to them, they start getting triggered and they're feeling like they're falling apart, and they don't want to hear. They want to still keep moving in the space of the old ways of how we have relationships. So if you feel that you are working on the relationships that you have now that are existing, it's important to keep focusing on the relationship you have with yourself. Everything outside of you is a reflection of you through those relationships. It always will be that way. And that is how it's going to continue, because anything that is connected to the attachments or anything that's connected to how you want things to be and not what is meant to be, and being that flow, then and having resistance to it is where the blocks come in. And this is what we're continuously working on, letting go and standing in your truth and power, but also having the ability to know how you move through in that divine flow. Okay, so anyway, as I say all of that and I'm burning through, I wish you could smell this. It smells so good. It smells so good. And before I bring in anything to do with Charlize, I wanted to burn the sage, because I felt and knew that there was a lot of frequency coming in. I was trying for days to post stuff to do with her pictures and all that stuff, and it's like I feel like I'm in I don't know, like this whirlwind of energy trying to catch up to the things that I need to get done, and it just wouldn't happen. And then my iPod wasn't working, it was shutting down, then the brakes on my vehicle was acting weird, and it's just like a lot of stuff, weird stuff. And I said, yep, I felt there's something going on in the energy field. So each time when you're feeling something different, you have to move with the energy, listen to what spirit is guiding you to do in order to get to make things work. Because we have to remember, every physical object that you connect to it represents energy, and the energy of these objects itself carry specific frequency. And as the plasma is coming in on the earth, it's going to change the dynamic of how the atoms work in these quantum fields between yourself and what you're using and what you're operating with. So we really have to have that capability of paying attention on a day, like being full awareness, being in awareness of how things are responding to you and what energy you carry, and not look at it like, oh, somebody's doing something to me, and oh, look at how bad it is, and not looking at it in a negative way, but looking at how you're having to transmute and move and bring it in as it comes together all the time. Okay, so as I light this candle, I just want to start out with our intentions today, July 1st, or whatever date it is, because we're on multi-timelines. I'm here, there, you're here, there, everywhere together, as we are bringing in abundance of everything that we've desired from our heart space, that whether it's love, whether it's the physical things that we desire, whether we're choosing to be healthy, wealthy, and wise, we're choosing to recreate and to have the type of friendships we've always desired to have. And when I say friendships, meaning that there's no, type of thing going on where we don't trust, okay? Because when it comes to Cancer, the Cancer itself, the sign, the astrological component of Cancer is being able to trust and having that vulnerability, right? And that connectivity with one another. And so we have to keep on practicing. What does it mean to trust? What does it feel like when it comes to vulnerability and being able to have intimate conversations and being able to connect to one another. And if you want to connect to someone and you're saying, well, there's no communication, we don't communicate with each other, or there's a breakdown in that communication, then go back to yourself into where the blocks are when it comes to communication. Do you feel free when you're speaking? Do you feel that you're not heard, or do you feel that you are heard? If you feel you're not heard, then look to see where you might have traumas that connects to being able to speak up and what you're feeling and what that expression means for you. And that you don't have to be heard by just one way through an individual. Sometimes you'll be heard because you are stepping into the space of your bravery. Like, usually I tell, when I'm guiding people, if you feel that you're afraid to speak up or to speak in front of someone, practice speaking in front of yourself. Go in front of the mirror and practice doing that. The only way to get to is through. So that means you have to start from somewhere. And I don't feel we're here to keep dimming ourselves any longer. This is about how much we're shining and shining and shining even more, to the point where you are physically seeing yourself as the star that you are, okay? And you're more than the stars too, but that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. And really connecting in and out with your higher self. Once you are letting your higher self just integrate and come in, all ships a-go. Everything's just moving on. Oh yes, take it from Sharon. When I say I don't have to think about what comes next, it's just falling into my lap. Like literally just falling. This is how I am when it comes to my creativity now. The things that I'm choosing, what I desire. Okay, and it takes practice with that. Practice not in the sense where, let me go look it up and see what's going on with this part here, what this person says, or get this one's opinion, because then you're stepping out of your power again. You're giving your power away. See, the practice is, how am I able to know what to do and what stages I take with my, I would say, awakening, ascension, shifting, evolving, where I'm literally listening to the voice within. I am connecting to source, and therefore, as I'm staying present with whatever I'm guided to do and to be, that's what's leading the way to what comes next for me. And I didn't use any tools necessary. No tools necessary. Okay, so now that I am lighting the way, I'm going to leave this over here as I'm burning 3 at the same time. That's right. 3 at the same time. So I'm keeping the energy going with what, I don't want to say clearing. I'm giving thanks. I'm in the thankful stage. That's where I'm at. In the thankful stage. Let's give thanks and praise to the Most High. For all those who are joining me this early morning, 12:33 a.m., wherever you are, write down where you are connecting to me. What part of the earth are you existing? Yes. Ooh, this smells so good. So anyway, so let me go now to Charlize. She's patiently waiting. Yeah. So what can I say? I'm going to speak from my heart. Okay, when it comes to my daughter. I've had to encourage her throughout the years. And Spirit showed me a vision, to do with her. Not because she's my daughter, but it's like usually when I start either talking to someone or connecting to anyone, I just get a hit, as what you say, like I get that feeling, that inclination. I bring all the pieces together. So if anyone who doesn't know, my sun is in Aquarius, my moon is in Pisces, my ascendant is Sagittarius, my Neptune is in Scorpio, I believe it is, and it's in the 12th house. So it's like I have that ability to bring all these pieces together. And so the vision I had with her, because of the fact when she was, playing around with her brothers, as she said in her, her interview, that, they just started freestyling. And I remember I was recording her when we were in this restaurant when it was my son's birthday. I believe it was my son's birthday. And she started, freestyling. And I said, wow, this is incredible. And so I was encouraging her. And I'm telling you this because sometimes when you think you don't have what it takes to do something, because it may seem like, well, the only way I'm going to get started is if I have this and that and this and that. And sometimes that's not how it works. Sometimes Spirit will just pull you in the direction to where And again, this has to do with how much are you having the ability to let go, as they say, let go, let God, and to allow spirit to lead the way to what comes next. And sometimes we think we have to have all the fancy things in the world, and sometimes it's just a little bit of things we have that can make something happen, and it expands. You know, it's like you take the seed, you plant the seed. The seed needs the water, the sun, it needs the dirt, and we might have some of the ingredients, but I tell you, next thing you know, spirit just brings the wind, and the wind just blows something your way, and then all of a sudden something just starts to bloom. And so Charlize, you know, with whatever she'd been doing, I didn't know she was gonna do singing with this also. All I felt was, oh, she's gonna just do freestyle, you know, freestyle. She's like, no. And she surprised me and her siblings with singing with it. And I was like, wow, so spirit is showing me something even more expansive with this. So she's gonna be combining singing and rapping. I was like, wow, I've never, you know, heard of this before, but spirit showed me this is something that's coming. When I say heard of it before, meaning that it's combined together in the same energy, not where it's just split into two separate types of, you know, way that music is done when it comes to hip hop, rap, R&B. And then to get better, she started teaching herself how to play the guitar. Then she was doing things on the keyboard. So next thing you know, she's working on her album. And so that started when the C virus came, right? The C virus came. And what it did, it created what? The lockdown, right? The lockdown, like how I interpret it, because I'm interpreting the energy, is that it brought you to the space where you have to get to center with you. It's like spirit says, source says, if I'm going to get your attention, what am I going to do? I'm going to create a space where you're going to have to be by yourself. You're going to have to tap in. You're going to have to feel. I want you to connect to who I am in that dimension, these dimensions, this consciousness, this intelligence. I can't get your attention if you're distracted all over the place, right? So what it did, it helped us to have to look at ourselves in the mirrors more, redevelop our relationships, really know, is this who I want to be with, this type of man or woman, as a wife or a husband? Is this what I want for my children? What's going on in the schools and all everything that's going on around me in my environment? Is this how I want to be when it comes to how I take care of my body and what I'm eating? So we had to go through reassessment. So when people out there putting stuff constantly about where did it start from, where did it come from? Again, there isn't anything on these planes of existence that's not happening, that was not given or strictly instruction through source, okay? It serves its purpose. Always remember that continuously. Everything serves its purpose. Everything is serving its time to what is necessary for what comes next. And you may not get all the answers now, but trust me, the answers will come to you eventually, if necessary. And sometimes we may not get the answer, and we have to trust that and allow ourselves to be led. That's where the feminine energy comes in, because we're so used to being so proactive, and that masculine energy say, I gotta do this. Oh, look at what I'm seeing here. And then so now we have to allow. And so Charlize allowed herself to be led, not because I told her anything. She wrote the lyrics, she produced, she was doing her mixing. And meanwhile, she's doing all of this when I'm doing my thing over here. Brandon's playing his music on one end. Damon is doing this. So she used her ingenuity into how she was bringing in that creativity in all aspects. And when she said, you know, it's like sometimes when you just allow things to flow instead of trying to go through A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And what ended up happening is she produced an album, and she says, you know what? I don't know how I did it. That happens to me too sometimes. I'm like, how did I do that? Because it's not just you. So that's why it's so important to keep working through the allowance, allowing. Let go. Detach. Be aware and detach. Let the bells go off in your head sometimes, not necessarily the crazy bells, but when you hear something that it's audible, sometimes it's not audible. And it's just like, sometimes it's just a subtle energy comes in and say, how about you do this, and this? Or why don't you do that, then that? It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to make sense. Sometimes it's going to be just kind of weird, and that's how spirit moves. And so Charlize took it upon herself to put her album together. So when you listen to her album, because when I started out with my awakening process, full blown I should say, I was always listening to music. I have over 13,000 songs on my playlist. And Spirit told me back in 2015, okay, now that you love the rhythm and the beat and the this with all of this stuff, now listen to the lyrics. Pay attention to the lyrics. What is being spoken? What is coming through for you at the time? How many of you are on like a twin soul path, right? Or you're on a path where you're connected to someone and you just hear this music coming through and you're like, where's that coming from? You're hearing it. And then next thing you know, you play it and you look up the lyrics and there's a message. There is a message. It's a message for you. The key is, are you listening? Are you in awareness of the message, right? And so when you're being led, you have to be able to balance taking yourself out of the way while you're still in it. You're out of the way. You're stepping out of the way. You're allowing. And so she allowed herself to bring this album together with no mixing engineer, no individual telling her, nope, this is not the way it should be. No, this should be this way. Independent artist, as one should say. So when I look at her as an example, when we have always relied, and I'm not saying for every circumstance is the same, I'm just sharing this with you because sometimes we don't think, or we think and we don't know how much of this power we have to create. The power of the mind itself is something, but imagine what this world is going to continuously be like. Because I'm not going to say when it's coming, it's already started, because I'm an example for myself, what I do, how we create through our heart. And then when you're creating through your heart and your mind at the same time, that's even more power. That's the power of the stars, the superstars that you are. The superstars. Anybody know that song, Superstars? You are what you say you are, a superstar. And have no fear, the Calvary's here. But you're the Calvary. You're not saving yourself. What you're doing is you're sort of redeeming yourself from all those past timelines when you've been stuck, when you've been held back, when you've been duped, when you've been told something else otherwise, told who you shouldn't be, what you can be, where you're gonna be, instead of just who you are. I am that I am that I am, and I are and I am and I are, and a this and a that and whatnot. You know what I mean? And nothing can change that. Nothing will change that unless you give that individual or this thing, whatever, permission to do so. See what I'm saying? There's a difference. So anyway, I wanted to give you that much of an inspiration to inspire you to get going on who you are, because you are already who you are. Now it's just a matter of just expanding, because you see, the consciousness of our creativity, the consciousness of this power with the creativity means it starts with a thought like, I feel like I want to do paintings on the wall. Oh, but that's so strange. Why would I want to do paintings on the wall? But you know what? It's my soul expression. Next thing you know, people want to hire you to do paintings on the wall. They want their room to be an expression of something that's just different. What if you're painting with your toes? You know, like, how could you do that? There's people painting with their toes. There's people writing with their toes because they don't have use of their hands. So they use what they have as a blessing and they expand on it. And guess what? It becomes the most success. Your success lies with your passion. Your purpose is not to save. Your purpose is to be. Your purpose is not to rescue anything with anyone. Your purpose is to be who you are. Are you supposed to wait until when someone else may be creating that thought and all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, that's what I should have done. Oh my God, that's what I always wanted to do. Then do it. Stop thinking about age. Stop thinking about getting permission, or that, you know, yes, some things you have to get the paperwork involved, but you determine, your determination, that the that's within you, that comes from that gut feeling, that solar plexus. And yes, you might have blocks that will come in between, but are we going to let that block you from what comes next? Is it, you know, what we call an obstacle, or is it more of something that's occurring for you because it's going to push you even greater, right? You know, like sometimes spirit is going to bring someone. I'll never forget when I was starting out my business to do it, medical billing and collections. And my ex, he was like, you know, just because I didn't get the client, and he was like doomsday around the whole thing. And I was, and the first thing he said to me, he's like, yeah, I knew it was going to work out. I knew it was going to work out. And he was very negative about it. But you know what? I didn't let it stop me. As a matter of fact, it motivated me more. I was even more determined. I was more determined to get a client who was going to, and I was trying to get a client for years. I'm talking about a major client. I'm not talking about the smaller ones that I had. And so when I finally, that day came, and even that individual told me, oh, if I was going to pay you this percentage, I might as well do the job myself. And you know what Sharon did? She walked out and said, do the job yourself then, because I knew my worth. So you have to align. You don't have to, you could choose. Align with your truth in what you deserve to have, knowing that your gifts are unique. You're not competing with anyone, because we celebrate each other, right? I choose to celebrate my daughter's time today as I celebrate myself too, because I look at her and I see what she's accomplished. She may not have billions of followers, because we're interested in quality, someone who knows the value of what they're receiving and what she's giving, right? What she's sharing, following her, what you call the Dharma, right? The path. Her North Node is in Taurus. She's in the what do you call it? Her node of return is the first one. Mine is the third one, right? My beloved is the second. And so this is where we follow what the heart, the passion, the joy, because that's your greatest success. Your passion, your joy. I didn't know she was gonna have an album come out in 2023. No. And so we look at, how is it now that there are some artists coming out now that are doing it themselves now? There's no middleman. You know, the media coverage, we're the media coverage. We're the ones that are doing. It's like it took me time to try to get all. I have like 2 phones on now, the Instagram, the this and that and all that stuff. I'm doing the publicity with her while I have my other stuff going on and da da da. But you see, again, we know the time will come where, yes, we'll be able to have other people that are going to do it. But you know what? It's a joy to see where we begin with something, right? We start from somewhere. Started from the bottom, now we here, right? And sometimes we start from the bottom, we make it to the top, and then we come back to the bottom to make it to the top, because we're integrating the aspects of ourselves that's choosing to experience what it's like to show either yourself, your family, the world. This is what creation is really all about. I didn't go to school to do whatever I did with nursing. I told my son, called me, my second son called me today, and I was like, yo, what's up? He was like, oh, mommy, just checking up on you. I said, oh, okay. He's like, what's going on? I was telling him what's going on. That's what I'm talking to you about. And I told him, I said, you know, I was working on a case from 2020, yeah. And I just got it paid, okay? I didn't get it paid because I knew it was. I got it paid because I didn't give up. And when I said I appealed it like 10 times, I'm not kidding you. Filed a complaint about 5 times too. But you know what was different this time? Not because I didn't do it before. I heard Spirit say to me, Sharon, do this again. File a complaint again. And I'm like, you sure? Because I did it already before. They talked to me. Yeah, they talked to me. And I listened. And they said, they said to me, you know what's going to be different this time? Because your energy has shifted even more. You're aligned even more. It's like I didn't feel like I was fighting. You know, and because I'm so good, I'm so great at what I do. It's like I'm practically an attorney, right? And so when the lady contacted me, she said, Sharon, you're so meticulous, you're so detailed. I said, I am, because that's what I do. I'm a detail reader. If I'm going to talk to you about something, I'm going to be detailed about, because I want to make sure you're inner overstanding what I'm saying to you. Because a lot of times I realize that some humans beings, or individuals themselves, they only like to go on the surface. They don't like when, things take too long, and they wonder why they're looping and looping, because they're not taking the time to go into the details. To really get to know thyself means that you're going to discover and rediscover over and over again. And then you might even say, well, I went through this from 2 weeks ago and it's happening again. Sometimes Spirit wants you to go back to it again, because there's something more that's expanding with it, you see? And so because I was tenacious, is what I was described as, back in 2000, and I think it was 6 when I started my business with NewEarth at all. And then, when she said to me, thank you for being detailed, she said, I took the time to read through everything you said, because this is like 2 thick files of that one patient account that I was working on from 2020. And she said, I don't know why they weren't looking at it properly, because I see that you were distinctly describing, because it's like I felt, like how when you feel like you're in the eighth dimension, and then somebody in the fifth dimension, they're not hearing what you're saying, and it's like the more you talk and the more you try to explain, they're not seeing it. So another thing that's happening is that sometimes someone may not see the things that you see. It's not because they don't want to as well, because Spirit said we must complete the circle. Sometimes it's because the density have been so much on this planet, and things are clearing up. And so the more it clears up, and how's it clearing up? Through us. It clears up through us. Every time you open up that throat chakra, every time you start to speak, anytime you correct something in the code, right? The sequence of things that has existed, that has kept you back, kept us all back, and we move forward, everything else and all the other outer realities are still going to exist, right? Until it keeps on moving in cycles, stages. See, so we might not all be blood related. We might not all be living in the same location, but guess what? Every time we connect, speak, you move from one place to the other, one region, this happened here, that happened there, this chaos here, that, guess what? It's still moving in that time space continuum of how it comes together. So you'll start to feel more harmony. You'll start to feel more peace. When you feel more peace than you do the calamity, and it doesn't mean that you're going to always have, more on one side, but this is how it moves. This is how it moves in that, because, and as they call it, it goes in and then it expands. It moves down and then it spirals outward, and it goes straight and it spirals. That's how the energy flows daily. So again, I go back to Charlize, and I think about, and I know, and I feel how much work she has put into what she's done. And for some of us, yes, we have to put in the work. And sometimes we don't. Sometimes we're just creating consciously just by thought alone, because that's what we're moving into, that reality, by thought alone and by heart. The heart is also created to have the ability to feel and to bring the energy, what they call it, the desires of my heart. So that way we are even more on that timeline of how we bring all the feelings of what we desire from timelines and timelines and timelines ago. Okay? And your ancestors are also working through you and with you, okay? Whether they're you, that extension of you, and all the yous and me's and me's throughout times, okay? And so this season, this time, they also said there's a season, like how you have the fall and the summer and the spring, and all those realities itself. Fall is when everything starts to die off and everything like that, and then plant again, and then we wait for the springtime, and then the things bloom, and you have the itching of the eye and all these things, because where that really comes from, and because the stuff they put the food and stuff in the air, blah blah blah, right? And then the summer comes, and then it's warm, and then we get to see what is created, right? And same thing when it comes to conception, the birth and rebirth cycle. So how about I tell you that eventually we're not going to have all those seasons? I've spoken that before. Everything is just consolidating. That's what we're consolidating, because we'll have the weather where it's warm and it's cold in some places, and then it's places that's usually warm is going to get cold, and places that's really cold is going to get warm. So we're going to keep going through these different cycles of how things are shifting. So if you feel that you have started planting your seed, or have planted your seed, and you feel like, how long is this going to take? Why does it feel like as if everything is against me? Shift that focus onto, I am so grateful for everything and how it shows up in my reality that's assisting me. And so as I may not have all the answers right now, but I know one thing for sure is that whatever I desire is manifesting, or it is pushing its way through to show itself up in my reality. And so therefore, the more I give thanks for what I'm creating and the more gratitude that I have for it, the more that it flows in abundance, you see? And it flows and it flows and it flows. So anyway, I'm going to take a little pause, and I'm going to come back to this because, I didn't write down anything. I didn't put no syllabus or what do you call it again, program or anything. I just said I'm gonna let spirit just flow to whatever is meant to be spoken today. And I've been working on myself a lot. I've been really working on myself to do it, my physical body, my health, practicing more, boundaries and stuff like that. Busy, busy, busy. But most of it's been busy with myself and my family, my children, because where the nodes have been in Taurus for me is the fifth house, which is about my home, my children, and everything. Because I really feel that in those past timelines, that foundation was rocked. I know, I don't want to say I feel. I know it was rocked. I know that it was split. I know that there were things within me where I gave more on one side than the other. So now it's like I'm bringing it all together in having that balance, and family for me is not just the children I gave birth to. It's also those who are close to me that are like, family for me too as well. And I'm sure for all of you, I'll go to the comments. I didn't forget. And where we also rethink and review all of our relationships at this point, right? And the people that are either walking out of your life, coming back in, and it's not enemies. It's not enemies. It's the parts of ourselves that we need to keep integrating. So bear in mind, Venus is in shadow in retrograde in Leo. Mars is in Leo. So we're really pulling in that fiery, passionate love that we always have it. It's not like it's never there. So now we're correcting, and that correction cycle, what is correcting the karmic cycle, because as the South Node in Scorpio dealt with and deals with those cycles of where the feminine energy had been in the shadow, because most of the time the male, masculine energy have been attracting to that South Node, right? How we did things when it comes to how we were creating stuff, right? How we were attaining stuff, relationships, the contracts with marriages, the physical contracts with work that we do, and where someone is trying to dupe you and trying to take from you and what percent they're going to get out of you, or just anything that's not in integrity. So, and then Scorpio too, thankful, Scorpio allows you to see the things that you may not necessarily see. So if you have a Scorpio, anyone in your life, rising, sun, moon, thank them. Oh, yes, because they will help you to dig deeper. That's why I said we got to always dig deeper. That's why I said Neptune is in Scorpio for me. I dig deeper. I see through the illusions, the layers, and all that kind of stuff, and just because you see something, be mindful of your interpretation of what you see. And I say be mindful because, again, we all have different perspectives, okay? When you are looking at something, right, they say from the eye view, don't forget to look at it from the heart view. The heart view is where you're seeing the higher, like say the higher you are on the plane and the more you look down. When you look down, everything looks small. But then when the plane lands now, you're at that level where everything is. So does it mean that whatever you thought you were looking at from above may not align or look the same to when you land into that spot? So that's why it's important for you, for your sake, not me, to complete the circle, to complete that part of yourself with what you're interpreting and how you're interpreting and what it really means for you. Okay? So anyway, so I just wanted to say that little snippet. So I am so grateful for those of you who are joining me at this early wee hours of the morning, Saturday, right? And what we're creating and what we are looking at in terms of the full moon in Capricorn, which I'll get into that. I thought I was going to be able to look up what it, and spirit I just didn't have the time, I had the time, but I'm going to practice what I say, that I'm tuning into the higher elements and what I'm being guided to speak, because even some of the things that we normally would look up and see what it means and what it interpret, we're getting new interpretation of data. We're getting interpretation. We have to start aligning with being able to interpret the new frequency, the new energy, the present moment, and not only the things from the past, because everything is going to start to have a new meaning for us. And if you're only staying in the old data, it's just like having the you know, the 8-track tape, if anybody knows the 8-track tape, that can't play anywhere right now, and then that's old data. So the new data is now live streaming, right? You have music on, you know, online now and in the clouds and all that kind of stuff. And so as each new energy and information comes in, because this is the age of Aquarius, where information and data is rapid. So be mindful again of the things that you are taking into your vortex in terms of information, books, all of that stuff, that you come back into you and say, okay, what's new with this? How am I connecting to this with myself in the present moment? How is it different for me now than where it would have been before? What am I reviewing for myself, and where I'm able to take that and apply it in my present experiences, my current experiences? Okay? And that's the key. So anyway, I am now going to introduce Charlize again. Let her do a little speaking if she desires to. She's been waiting so patiently, I tell you. You know, but anyway, we're still rocking and trolling with each other as usual. That will not change, okay? But I'm very, 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 very proud of her. Proud of the path that she's taken for herself, and I'm really, really excited for what's gonna come next for her. And I just know in my heart that it's just what I say, all systems go, everything just moving up in a positive way, you know. Patience. So anyway, I'm just gonna bring this little, the bell is ringing. The bell is ringing. And I'm gonna have Charlize she whatever she plans to do. I think she's gonna perform one of her songs. Are you planning to, or are you just gonna talk? She said yeah. So I'm gonna turn the table over to her, and I'll be back. Yay.
Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here.
I'm just asking.
Ooh, here she comes.
Wow. Yeah, here she comes.
Here she comes.
Hello.
Let's turn this on. Can you turn it on?
Let me see. Excuse my hair. Okay. Dang, that thing is bright. Can't even see it. Hello, how do you do? You're right, this camera does look better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped my album on yesterday. I dropped it yesterday, June 30th, and I'm working on this album for like
You said 2020.
I said some of the songs I came up in 2020, but I didn't actively start like working to create an album until like 3.5 months ago or 4 months ago. About then, where I like actively started like doing all the registering and writing the stuff and all that stuff. Yeah. So, what songs are I performing?
You pick which song you want to perform.
I'm gonna do the first one, because I heard a lot of people said they like that one.
Which one?
Sanchild.
I thought that was just an introductory.
It's a song still.
Okay.
It's still a song.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. Where's your iTunes? Okay. Actually, it's not even called iTunes no more.
What is it called?
Apple Music.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why when I said iTunes and you was like, what do you mean iTunes? That's not even here. It's Apple Music. I don't remember when they changed it though.
Oh, please.
I remember iTunes because it was like the music you had downloaded on your iPod. It was there. Now it's like you have to pay for Apple Music in order to listen to music without Wi-Fi. So it's kind of whack. Wait, do they still have I might be wrong. Am I watching? Oh, hold on. It's the wrong song.
Let me do it. Right. Okay. Let's move this out the way. Hopefully you can see her.
I'm in the
Yes. You're in the frame.
It's getting kind of cold.
What?
It's getting kind of cold. You don't feel cold?
Nope. And it feels nice and warm.
Try to do it from your iPod.
Do that.
Nothing is moving.
Oh,
look at this.
What?
Go to this. Oh, it's all the way up.
Yeah.
That's weird. Hold on.
It went low.
It's on the connected to the iPod or the. computer.
Yes, iPhone.
So why is it? Oh, okay. I just have to move closer. That's why. Okay. Pull back. I have to do it from here. You don't have to click it.
Okay.
It's not gonna turn up from over there. What you did? Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You were winding it?
Yes. No, I'm throwing it again.
Stop.
Okay.
Look in the mirror.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing.
Look in the mirror. Look in the mirror.
If you forgot who you're tuning in
In the meantime, damn, I'm shooting the mic.
S to the A,
N to the K, O.
let me introduce you to
Sanchild, go.
Go.
The name's Sanchild, but don't wear it out just cause you hear me now rapping to the beat. I hope you all know this how I lay it down. Indiscreet, yes, it's how I roll now. I don't care about the post now. But what cool news that you love to announce. Just know that the way I pronounce it ease. It's not because it's loud, just easily in pieces. Nah, fuck out of here with that shit. I'm coming through with that heavy heat. And if you cannot handle it, you gotta step out the room. Cause the air's too warm and I ain't talking about that flower mix. I came to make an entrance to show you that I'm the bane of your existence. So when your interest starts to grow, forget a bag, bitch, this is on the flow. I hope y'all see exactly where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to grow to the sea in the sky zone. I ain't Icarus, I know the limits to this shit. And I know I ain't falling no time soon. So if you was hoping for that, you better mind your manners and you better stop worrying your mind. And mind your business and stop worrying your mind. Continue this way you're living and sure you're fine. Shit kinda fire, I can't even lie, yo. No lie. And if you didn't know before, it's undeniable now. It's undeniable. If you did not know, then watch me do it now. If you did not know. We finished. What are you doing?
Which one?
What are you doing?
Which one are you doing next?
What are you about to do? What do you mean? Oh, no. Oh, no. No. What are you clicking? No. Ma'am. My name is up. Alright, well, thank you for watching me perform, you know.
Which one?
I appreciate it.
The one I like.
No. I didn't drink enough coconut water for that. No.
What? For, yes.
No, I did not. You hear the scratchiness in my voice?
I feel your audience should hear one more song.
Okay, I'll do one more song. You know, encore.
The Mind
Let's
one.
see. But no.
United Mind.
No. You see, she's a fan.
If anyone's listened to Charlize's album, tell her which one the one that you feel like you want to hear.
Which song I should
next. If you've downloaded her album so far, United Mind.
Why are you stop? No.
Okay.
No, seriously. No.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Let me see anybody type in.
I'm not gonna force.
Aw, thank you, Steven.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Steven. Thank you.
Step back because your face is.
Am I too much into the camera?
No, you're way from your face is cut off. So step back.
United Mind is a good one. Listen, don't
United Mind. I love United Mind.
Don't encourage her.
Just United Mind.
Oh Lord. Earthly man set afire, then disguise himself as I swap afraid from engaging, but earthly man antagonized. And centuries later, earthly man never apologized. Ignorance will birth denying need, will raise up society, will smile in my face, but it depletes my entirety till I realize I'm a higher being. Go try to lie, call me egotistic, and try to force your ideology. But the matter of fact is I'm a child of this galaxy from creation and do not mistake my ability. From time to time I take on a different form. My time has come, you better ring me along. It's ringing, you better ring me along. It's already ringing. This is the interlude, so this would be a good interlude. Interlude into mommy's next part of her life. Thank you for listening and watching. I appreciate the support. You can find my album everywhere. I put the link's gonna be in the description, so it's gonna be on Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon Music, YouTube Music, Pandora. Let me think. You can Shazam the song too if you want to. You already know the song, but hypothetically, someone can Shazam my song if they wanted to. So, thank you. Name the album is SANCITY, SANCITY. SANCITY. Thank
Yeah, that's Charlize. Oh yeah. Isn't she lovely? Isn't she wonderful? Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Anyway, I love that. I love the United Mind. I love it. I love the title of it. I love the way it comes across. It's my jam. I'm a rewind it again. Yep. I was saying earlier how awesome it feels. Right. How awesome it feels to be able to play her music on YouTube, Instagram, and I'm not gonna be like, oh, your copyright, this blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So anyway, how's everybody feeling? How are you feeling? How are you being at this moment? I'm gonna go back and read the comments because I don't want to miss anyone's comments. Yep, I'm on here. Yeah. So I'm gonna go through the comments. So I want to know. I'd love to know how everyone is processing, and if anything you heard me say. Sorry, I'm moving the thing. If anything you heard me say so far, if you would like to have any clarity towards that, or if you have any questions to do with that. I love when I'm asked questions. You know why? Because Spirit just pulls out the information as soon as you ask me the question. So anyway, I'm looking at the comments on my desktop because it's easier for me to look that way. Yeah, let me make sure I turn it down. Oh, you said you're working on forgiveness. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned forgiveness, Stephen. A lot of readings that I've been doing for the past 2 weeks. There is a saying that forgiveness is for you. It really is for you. And the reason why forgiveness is for you is because it's something like a release mechanism. Like how they have catch and release thing where you catch the fish and then you let go of the fish. And it's not because you don't want to enjoy what you've caught. It's just that it's something different when you hold on to something or you catch something and it represents some type of weight on your body. And so when you have gone through an experience where you felt pain through someone, I'm going to say from someone, through, because they're helping you and assisting you on your path, whether it's a relative, a friend, your children, your husband, your wife. And so as you are forgiving, the forgiveness itself helps you to release, to let go, and to be able to move forward. That's what forgiveness does for you. Now, oftentimes I would also say to others, in the act of forgiveness, if you still feel, anger, pain, and all that towards the individual, it's okay to feel it when you're still feeling it, because sometimes what other people do is they fester the feelings and the emotions, they don't express it, and then because they want to portray themselves as if, oh, I'm so Christian, oh, I'm so spiritual, and I'm going to be looked at negatively if I don't forgive them and don't talk about it anymore. When you have reached that point where when you talk about it and you don't feel the pain, or you don't feel a way, as we say in Jamaica, or you don't feel triggered, then you know that you have reached that certain point in your life where you have adjusted yourself to the experience, because it's an experience, and that experience itself is leading the way for you when it comes to what are the things that you're still carrying within the energy field that's affected you, because you're the one that's affected. Because the individual who's done whatever they've done or said whatever they said, whether or not they've said something or something has happened, what's really going on is that it's not affecting them, but it's affecting you more, because you're the one that's feeling the pain or feeling the effect of whatever it is that they've said or done. Okay, so that's what forgiveness does. And sometimes people think forgiveness comes from an experience in this lifetime, but oftentimes that I've done readings, there is something that's connecting you to a past life that has kept you stuck, and the patterns of your relationships now is what continues to repeat itself because you didn't finish off that cycle of whatever information you were getting or experience that you were getting. So even in the case of twin pairs, right, there's always something that's going to be reflecting that you are experiencing, where one lifetime you may have done such and such to them, then the other lifetime you switch places and then they've done it to you. And I say done, not again because it's a victim thing, but more in the sense of explaining it in how the data meets itself into translating. Okay, it's a translation of what am I getting from this? How is this assisting me with the expansion of my soul? Okay, so that way I'm going to do something that's going to create a specific act that's going to affect me emotionally. So then I wanted to experience forgiveness. So the only way I'm going to experience forgiveness is if I go through something that represents something that affects me adversely. Okay, and so that's how forgiveness works too, as well. And then we also may have a feeling of, or even simple, like I killed you. And then I know what it's like when I did that and how did it make me feel. And in the next lifetime, I get to experience it. Even look at it as far as your children. Like you go through certain experience with your children, maybe when you were the child and your children were your mother or father. And so you're switching roles, doing role play in different timelines or lifetimes, as you call it as well. So that way you have the full spectrum of what your consciousness is processing, even if you're not consciously aware of it. Isn't that interesting? Because your what's the word again? Your subconscious mind holds the data to what the oversoul is experiencing, right? So we have the oversoul, and then you have the collective consciousness, you have the soul tribe, right? It's the same thing, but it's just more in a higher aspect. It split itself so it can experience itself in myriad of ways through either pairs, or it could be through your family, right? Friends, colleagues, co-workers. It's whatever the label, it's still something that you're experiencing. So that way, as you collect that data, and then you're bringing those pieces together, and as you integrate those pieces and put yourself through your heart, not the mind only, how does that individual feel with what I'm saying? They don't like it. I get it, but I'm still going to honor my feelings, and I'm going to honor myself with how I feel with what this experience has done for me or with me or around me. And if they're not mature enough emotionally, because this is where Cancer comes in again, to how we are able to bring ourselves through and to emotional integrity, where it's not fragmenting and it's not manipulating, like how some people cry to get attention, or they go overboard with certain things because they're not able to handle themselves when it comes to trauma, not trauma, but stress. Like somebody who's stressed, and when they're stressed, they want you to be stressed with them and miserable with them. And in this situation, or I would say in most circumstances, is how are you able to manage your feelings and emotions when you're going through certain life experiences? And as you are working through those experiences, what is it showing up as far as who you are in that expansion that you're having in consciousness, or how it's showing up with you in your strength, right? And your courage, where sometimes it might be in a case where it's giving you the ability to let go, right? And not hanging on to it. Okay. So, and as we work through those triggers and all the things that have kept us, held down emotionally, once it no longer does that, that's where you really set yourself free. And then you're able to move on. And then if someone comes along and repeats the story again, whether talking about it or you see someone else experience the same thing, and then you're not feeling the trigger, then you know how much more of a healing effect that you have on yourself, because you brought yourself there. And that there may be a time, Spirit says, where you're going to talk in front of someone, or you hear someone saying, I went through blah, 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 blah. And like, oh my God, so did I. This is what I did. This is how I got through it. And as you say, that's how you got through it. It inspires that next person, that next individual to be able to what? To master themselves too, because they are also processing the act of forgiveness. Okay. And again, the act of forgiveness is for you. Journal, write it out. That's one of the best things to do also when it comes to forgiveness. So I'm going to go to more comments here. Okay, I know you're in Houston, Texas. I know it must be hot in Houston now. I heard the temperature is like 120 degrees in Texas and Arizona and all that stuff. Right now it's nice and cool where I am at. I'm up on the mountain. I think it's about maybe 60, 70 degrees, but it was warm today, like 85. So I'm not complaining. I am not complaining. I am grateful, but July is usually the hottest month in across the board anyway. So, and bear in mind that the weather patterns itself, each cycle of what we call summer, or spring, it's going to get hotter and hotter. It's going to get hotter and hotter because, there's more than one sun that's coming through, more than one sun that's coming through. And all of this is a representation of the changes that are occurring on the planet and what's being prepared. And so that's one of the reasons why it's important to keep working through your heart chakra. If you have trouble sleeping, or if you have trouble concentrating on things that you're doing and you feel like you're scattered, or you feel like you're having too much pain from a past timeline or relationship, bring the Himalayan, rocks and stones into your bedroom, like keep them on your bed, keep them where you sleep, hold on to it. I don't know the name. I know this is amethyst. Like keep them in the bed where you sleep, hold on to them in your hand while you sleep, especially get brand new ones. And they have some that you can take as far as a bath, where it melts in the bath. Like I get those from Amazon, from this company. It's the only company that makes it. If you type in, Himalayan salt to bathe in, and it has rose scent and lavender scent as well. So, and when I say super powerful, I was even able to find it's a salt bath, but it's mixed with Florida water and Himalayan salt. When I say that is what we call fire. Okay, it is dope. Literally, when I get out of the tub, I have to do that for myself I don't care if it's 89 degree, because why? Because when I'm dealing with other people's energies, I have to clear it out for me before I go to sleep. Yes, I do. How many of you have been finding yourself feeling restless? How many of you have been feeling restless? Like when you're, you know, feeling like something's about to happen, and it's like it's an anticipation of something coming. Like, how many of you have been going through that too as well? And change in eating habits also. Whether you're eating less or eating more, or like that vibration itself. Because I think it was week before last Sunday, there was the Schumann resonance was up high. I believe that's what I had heard. And that Sunday, I ate a mango. My daughter had cut up some mango that I got. It came from Mexico or something. And I had it right after drinking some soup, and I literally threw up. I was like, oh my God. And I didn't know that was what was going on at the time. So I won't be eating mango for a good while. But I mean, I've had some mango smoothie, but not the actual mango itself. So, certain fruits and stuff, like I don't eat the fruits with if they don't have seeds in there, and stuff like that. So your body is going to keep signaling to you. Greetings, Jennifer. Didn't know you were on. Your body's going to keep signaling to you what to eat and what not to eat, what to drink and what not to drink, and staying hydrated and all that kind of stuff. So important to listen to your body, what your body's telling you. Again, so important to listen to what your body's telling you, not based on what someone else puts out there in what you should eat. Of course, if it's artificial, or if it's has all these additives, preservatives, and these long ass names like hydrochloric or whatever, that's your cue. Like, I don't know if I should eat that, or or the preservative thing. As much as you can have fresh foods, eat fresh foods. I know some of us like to have the leftovers. Don't try not to go past a day in leftovers if you can, because the thing is, it again, it doesn't even matter to the sense whether it's vegetables, meat, chicken, rice. Everything is vibrating on particular frequencies. Okay. So of course, the more alkaline it is, and that means the more that it's pure. That includes who is cooking your meals. It includes not just the ingredients of what you're eating, okay? The environment that you're in. If someone's cooking for you and they're angry, why would you want to eat from that individual? Or they're sad and depressed? Because your body is taking in the frequency of their connection to the food, okay? So you might as well just get either cook for yourself or get the food for yourself, knowing the intention. Like when you're talking to someone, how are they speaking? What is their vibration? It's like I went to my local post office, and there's a new guy working behind the thing, and so the way he was talking and laughing and joking, I said, oh, I love that. That's my kind of thing. I said, thank you for being so holly jolly, and make joke. Because I told him, I said, look, I said the post office in the mall, the guy that working there is miserable as fuck. And I told him, I said, I can't take his energy. And his coworker said, yes, a lot of people complain about it. So when you know someone is like that, in that type of energy, like you say, then quit your job. Like, why are you still working there? But some people still say that, oh, I'm doing it for the money, or they're doing it because they have to have a job. But it makes a difference now, where we don't just accept when we're receiving and giving from anyone, whether it's the post office where you're getting service, receiving service, whether you're getting food, even in your home, because what it'll do, it'll kind of throw you off at times. So remember, our bodies are emitting frequency. It's also taking in frequency that's connecting to someone else. And then, not to say that it can affect you, it affects you to a certain particular, I would say, level, because you have to keep moving to that point where you're so powerful that no matter what's going on around you, it doesn't affect you. So that's why we're going to be constantly moving in these spaces of transmuting energy around us. But we can certainly use our intelligence and say, I don't have to place myself in a situation where I know this person is this way and that way, and how they're treating me, and I have to take that or whatever I get from them if I purchase from them. You know what I mean? Or if it's always doomsday and they're sad. Like I don't choose to be around people that are, I know we go through process where we get sad, but when somebody stays sad and miserable and depressing, bye-bye. I don't choose to stay in that space. Like, I get sad sometimes. I mean, you look at me and think, oh, she's always happy all the time. Not necessarily. And sometimes I get irritated too. But guess what? It only stays for like a millisecond. And then we go right back to my joy again. Okay? That's how it works. So the spiritual work itself, the alchemy itself, greetings, goddess, on the Instagram. I'm on the gram and I'm on the YouTube. So if you don't see me looking at you, I'm not ignoring you. Love you all. So it's like, I look at it this way, spiritual alchemy, spiritual connectivity itself, because I don't want to use the word work. It's your daily activity, your daily participation in what is coming around you with individuals, okay? The experience, whether you're driving the car, somebody cut you off, like, how do you deal with those type of people? Do you just let them go? Or do you feel you gotta chase them down and cuss them off, right? I mean, I don't chase them down, but I know I've had times where they pass me by and I'd be like, you dumb, or whatever. And then sometimes I just don't be bothered. Like, people that argue over parking spaces and all that stuff. So, and then remember too, you have to be conscious of what is emitting when it comes to that aggressive behavior and this aggression towards, I gotta be ahead of this one, and I gotta rush to get somewhere, and I'm gonna be ahead of you, and that's that. Some of them will be coming with that ego, and then you get to the stoplight and you're like, okay, we're in the same spot. But again, these energies are going to show itself, and it also is going to show you when you're experiencing it. How am I able to manage and master myself, to master myself through my experiences in how I respond to things, how I respond to life, right? How I'm able to, what we call crisis management. You have an appointment to go somewhere. You have to be there a certain time. You know that you're running late. You're doing everything possible to get there. What do? I say this is your practice to go with that flow. So either you're going to call the individual and say, hey, I'm running late, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to lie anymore and say, oh, gee, you know what? I actually, I had to go water my plants before I left it. No, not necessarily. But what I'm saying is, you are the master of, like Doctor Strange, where you're creating so much things in your reality. You have the ability to move the cars out the way so you still get there on time. You have the ability to reverse the time, and then all of a sudden you're there on time. You have the ability to walk into the room and no one is really paying attention to whether you were there on time. So you see, it's a lot of times humans put so much stress on so many different things every single day. Like every single day. So Spirit is guiding me now to talk about the moon in Capricorn, because Capricorn energy, we know that's also an earth sign. It connects to the feminine energy. It also deals with structures, work, the principles of work, how we take responsibility, right? How we think about what work is for us, right? And being responsible. The things we have to do, the task, right? The taskmaster, the structures, right? It connects to government, it connects to school. I feel that it connects to our work life, how we are responsible for our money, the bills that we have to pay, right? Credit scores, all the isms, schisms, and everything that has come into creation to how things began during the course of time, right? So now we're reversing everything is reversing now, right? If I recall, during the time of what we had called the golden time, the golden period, where everything was golden, I would love if you can type and tell me what would you call the ideal feeling and expression and feeling of freedom, love, empowerment, prosperousness. What does that look like for you in your reality? Please, I'd love to know, and it's not a right or wrong answer. I just would love to know, what is your definition of that type of reality? Because we say often that we're bringing in the golden age. The golden age is here. We're in the age of Aquarius. We're creating and we're recreating But of course, life is throwing stones and sticks and all these things at the same time. Some people feel the golden age or the golden period is not going to get here till thousands and millions of years. I say it's now. I say it's now. And the reason I say that, because we are still co-creating our reality. And how we co-create our reality, sometimes you might not even think about it because you're so busy focused on the mindset of, I'm creating what I've been taught, what I'm used to, or just what I expect to have because this is all there is. But I'd say this to you, that you create what is in your reality dependent on the energy you place on it, your belief system, how it connects to your tribe, how it comes through from your family bloodline, right? Or your ancestry. Also your environment, social conditions, okay? Where you live. What type of education or non-education you may have had. Do I mean that you have to be educated in order? Education can serve its purpose, and also when you're tapping into yourself and what you can create without the education, right? Because that's what I explained that earlier in the live, how successful I am, not have been, I still am. Have I had kinks and stuff along the way? Absolutely, I have. Absolutely. Okay. Something just buzzed in my ear. So it's like, even in the midst of how we are creating, right? And if someone else says, oh, these divine unions are not going to happen in this lifetime, it's going to be another lifetime, because this person or my whoever reflects me is not doing what they're supposed to do. So, hey, so guess what? That's the reality that individual is creating. Okay, is it the end of all? No, it is not. But the key is, where are we in the structures that we have been participating in now, our ancestors, all these timelines, okay, where we had to work towards a common goal. We had to work through and with the system that says it has to be this way, right? And that the only way that it can happen is if we do it by the rules, and you got to do this step by step. You go to school, you go to college. If you get a scholarship, fine, but not just get your student loan, which they're not choosing to, release that debt, but yes, so they can send money over to the wars, right? There's no problem with that. You see the pictures here? But does that mean it stops you for how you're going to cancel the debts that you have, the plus and the minuses? Even still, in the meantime, you are being creative and you are taking responsibility, because you see, this is where you crack the codes, okay? The code is, I work for what I desire, but I'm also creative through my heart with what I have or what I choose to experience. And nothing that has existed before is the only way that I'm going to be able to be the success that I am, and also the abundance to what I'm also experiencing, okay? Where I have it all, because you can have it all, but it depends on your mindset, your thoughts, your feelings. Are you going to lead the way? They say lead the pack, because remember, many of us here are the ones that are chosen through our bloodlines, right? The ones who are real, of course, where we choose the specific timeline. We choose a specific timeline to where we can create. And then we say to ourselves, well, this is what happened to my grandma, my great grandma, this one and that one, my cousin over here, over there, blah, 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 blah. But I know what my heart and my passion is pulling me. It's a pull that you feel. You gravitate to it. Now, is it going to look like how it was in the structures back in the 1800s and the 1700s? No, because we're moving through cycles of time. And yes, some of the stuff that we've done and experienced has been the same, but guess what? We're moving and we're in new territory, new energy. And so part of that new energy is, when some people say, yes, I know I have my gifts, and I know that I'm going to be able to levitate. I'm going to be able to connect to this telepathically, and I won't have to do this, and we're going to have this. So it's a matter of, how can I apply myself to what we have now while we're transitioning, while I'm being creative, while I'm working through the magical energy and the magician that I am. Because a lot of times, which I know this is, can't help, this is where there's always this need to validate. Oh, I gotta validate. Oh, I wonder if it's gonna look good in front of this one. Oh, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing here because, it's traditional, that you graduate from college, you meet the love of your life, you get married, have babies, get mortgages, and you're in debt. You're in debt, DEBT sometimes, and the health deteriorates, the relationships fail because there is no time put aside for self-care, self-love, right? And then when that's not put aside, then where is the time and the room for us to connect? Because this is about how we're reconnecting to each other and reconnecting to ourselves. If you have a connection to someone, how are they going to connect to you if you're not connecting to yourself? So this is how you think and feel. Now, if you're at a job that sucks, and I'm using it just like that, it sucks. And it sucks for you because you're going there every day, you're working for the money, and you're not allowing money to work for you too. And then you go into this job, you're doing the same daily task, and you're unhappy, and you just come home and you're unhappy at home too because all your money is going toward the bills, and that's it. And it's just a constant cycle because you were told this is what you're supposed to do, and the way that you're going to be able to create anything and have anything is just go on your knees and pray, and that's it. And then it'll come, but if it doesn't, then maybe it's not your time, so you're just going to come back again. And so we just keep waiting and waiting. You get some of the drift here where I'm going with this. So that's why I would really love to know again, what is your definition of who you are as successful? What is that freedom for you? How are you creating your golden energy where you are? Because it's an energy. And as the energy starts to emanate through each and every one of us, guess what? Everything around you becomes golden. You're going to see yourself look and feel golden. I was telling the young lady that did my hair today, I told her the pictures of myself back in 2007, 6, 5, 2009, 10. I look different. I look better now than I did back then. And I knew that all of the transmuting that I have been doing for and myself is because I had to do so much of the work, that what we call the spiritual work. I had to cry. I had to go through losses of astronomical proportions. Many of you who have been with me for the long knew what I was experiencing, with being taken out of my home and with my children and this and that. Went through divorce. I mean, in everything, you name it. I was feeling helpless in some cases with some things, and then I felt like I was able to do it, because you're going to go through all these different stages. I remember when I was looking at certain people and I thought that they were after me. It's 144 right now as I say that. And I felt like they were coming after me. And then I found that little tiny bit of power and inspiration within myself to go on. And when I look back and I see, and I look at even some of my, friends from elementary school and high school and college and all that stuff, they don't look the same either, but in the sense of I'm observing, not judging or criticizing. I'm just observing the difference when you do the internal work. That means that you are taking a daily bread, right? That daily bread, not the eating bread, of where you're connecting to source. You're connecting to source because every day you're receiving that gift of what are you working on for you? What are you working through for you? What is reflecting through you? So it's like that signpost, so okay, this person makes me feel like this person makes me feel like that. Even if it's just one individual. It could even be your twin who's your reflection, whether you hear from them or not, what words are spoken or not, what they wrote to you or not, when they ghost you or not. Go inward to all the spectrums of self. So hey, it's time for me to leave from this, that. It's time for me to be in the space of whatever structures that I've connected to, whatever structures that I've been a part of. I must dismantle that structure, and how you're dismantling it is based on your thoughts and your feelings. Where if someone is connecting to you where they're not heart-centered or heart based, then you know I'm not going to do business with that type of individual. I rather know that, like for me right now, I know I have only one client and I am happy. Why? Because I'm honored and valued and respected, and I don't have to worry about someone, like we say, hating or saying like, how you expect to be making that kind of money, da 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 da, then I should be just doing it myself. That was told to me that time. I'll never forget. And I was like, no problem. I'll walk away because I know what I deserve to have. When I had graduated from college, and I remember when I was looking for my first job, and I remember that the back in that time frame, just to start, and what I was doing was MIS. I was doing Management Information Systems, what I graduated from. And the man told me, I told him, I said, he's like, what do you anticipate to make per year? And I told him 17,000 per year. And that time, again, that was during that era, okay? Not that long ago, but it was still, you know what I mean? And so he looked at me like I was crazy. He was like, oh, no, you'll only be able to get 14,000. So you know what? I was like, okay, bye. Do you think I accepted what he said, or do you feel that I was creating my reality? I created my reality. And so it ended up happening that my mom knew someone that knew us from a long time ago that owed her a favor, and I got my job for 17,000 to start. And within a year or two, I gave myself a raise by applying for another position in another region area, and I jacked it up to 40,000. That even the bank said, how did she get her? Because I was trying to get my first home, and I said to myself, isn't that something that people think that I'm supposed to go by their rules because you're supposed to gradually? No, you can leap and go through leaps and bounds if you choose. You decide, you choose all the time. Even if there's a rule in place, as long as you're not hurting anyone, even if there's a rule in place that they say you must do blah, 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 or this is what the law was passed. Okay, not talking about breaking laws now. All I'm saying is, if you feel that you're in a position where you're creating, and during the course of your creation, it may mean that you will have to step outside of the boxes. Not just one box. Sometimes it's 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes. Because most often people give up on the things that they feel that they can have because they feel they have to follow what somebody else's rules say. Because remember, the massa doesn't want you to be ahead of yourself because they want you to attain what they want you to attain. They want you to go by keeping it at a little minimum now. Let's not go too far. No one can take anything away from you by right of consciousness. What did I say? No one, anyone, everyone, anywhere cannot take anything away from you by right of consciousness. Your consciousness. You supersede anything else that you feel that could have been an obstacle, is what you call. Because when you go through obstacle courses, right? You think you just stop in the middle of the obstacle course and say, oh, well, I guess I'll let somebody else do it. Somebody's going to do it. Somebody's going to find their way out of the obstacle course and get to their destination, to what they desire. The key is to know yourself, to know what that is. Where are you allowing yourself to plant the seed within you to what you're creating? And that you are going to be stepping outside the box all the time. You see? All the time. And so in this time frame, in these timelines of how we're creating, is to balance out how we're creating through the mind. We're having all the structures and writing down, and like how when they say, like I've been also applying for grants, for my other business, and I've had to be not only self-taught but connecting to others who have experience with getting grants and learning for myself, what do I need to do to get to the place. I've always known I was going to be a planner, because that was years ago I tried, but I was like, oh my God, this is too much work, man, Lord, and I didn't have the tools. But you see, when you have that first thought, always know that that first thought is going to start to manifest itself in some way. So I got to the point now where I got inspired. I felt inspired by spirit. Now's the time to do it again, because you're in a new energy field. You're in a new timeline. And so that new timeline is receiving. I can receive grants and free money without doing anything but putting in the mindset, the heart, the work, because you got to write. Oh, I was writing and I got to answer all these questions. And oh my gosh, it was taking up so much time. I'm talking about, this is like current stuff now. We're talking about the past month, 2 months now, okay? And all of a sudden, my daughter says to me, Mommy, they have Chat GPT. I said, what? What's that? I was like, I don't know. And then I said, all right, let me try it out. Voila, Miss Say. When I say, because I organize myself and I'm giving you tips to what you can do for you, because it depends on what you're choosing. As the minute you choose and say, this is what I choose, Spirit will bring it to you and drop it in your lap. But it's for you to be open to know what it means for you and where it's taking you. Okay? What's the goal? That you're aligning with Spirit. Spirit is aligning with you because you're listening. Sacred listening. Sacred listening I talk about in the book all the time. Any of you don't know, I've been recording that book. I haven't recorded in a long time. And the art of sacred listening is the ability to hear the things that you don't really hear audibly, but you're feeling it through your heart, and then you're hearing something and it's aligning with you because you are on that timeline of receiving. For you to be in the spaces that I'm discussing with you, receiving is very important. Are you capable of opening your heart to receive, where you're receiving in ways that are unexpected, that you deserve to receive what you get? If you give and give and give and give and give, and it's difficult for you to receive, practice receiving. How do you start practice receiving? Go in the water, go near water, be in the open space in water. Be in the open lands with what, with the land, and just open your arms and say, I receive. I am in gratitude for everything that I receive here and now. I am grateful for all the monies on the way from known and unknown sources. It's none of my business where it comes from, but it is my business because Spirit could be giving me a hint here and there. And I just take that hint and I run with it. And I know I received it. Thank you. I'm in gratitude. Okay. And this is how you create the reality of the golden age. It's not where you're going to hear it on the news. The news not going to announce that. You think the news care about that? You think the average billionaire care about that? But no. You feel the billionaire, millionaire, the wealth status within yourself. Because wealth is power, but that power of the wealth is that energy of the God print within you, the God DNA, the goddess DNA, the power to emanate everything and all things. That's why you're here on this physical realm. It's not only because you're here to suffer and to go through all these time loops and this and that. We're going to talk about the stars and the moon and this and blah, blah, blah. We're talking about everything that we did not choose to want to experience in this reality, because this was the opportunity that we were taking. Because now we say, whatever we're choosing to experience, whatever's in the mind, whatever's the thought, have a thought, the principal thought, when Source Creator says, I had a thought that I just wanted to create, and I created everything in 7 days, right? The number 7. And as I was creating everything in how many days, maybe it wasn't 7 days, maybe it was 7 hours. It could have been 7 minutes. How can we say what the power of the Most High can or cannot do? All I know is there's a divine intelligence that chooses to experience itself through each and every one of us, microcosmically, okay? And who we are as we emanate the desires of the heart of God, Goddess, Source, Creator, so it shall be, because it is within your blueprint, it's within your DNA to do such and such. The key now is to remember and to awaken to, what is it? What is it? Who am I? What did you always desire from you were a child? Because that's where when I do readings and people say, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Am I on the right path? What should I do? And I don't just tell you. I don't want to just tell you. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me. I want you to feel into what you desire and where do you begin with that desire. And that means that desire starts from trusting, right? Trusting what you're hearing. And do you think when I was hearing things that I just like, oh my gosh, I just got it? Nope. I had to go through more and more initiation to trust what I hear, believe and know what I hear is the truth, and work through the traumas of when I felt I wasn't honored and valued for what message that I was giving. And so the way that I was able to step outside of my fears, outside of, feeling vulnerable, because, like I said, the Cancer is about the vulnerability and how we're able to express ourselves and connect to ourselves and connect to our tribe, where everything started tribal, where we're together, okay? We're together as family. We have the sisterhood, we have the brotherhood, we have the mother and father, we have the children. They're their own little tribe too. I love seeing when children are in groups. You know why? Because they're so free and they don't give a fuck. They just do everything adventurous and crazy, and they don't think about danger. They don't think about the fear. So if we feel into where we can be and be in the expression of that inner child and what we desire to have, and even though you might feel, well, I'm not going to stay in this little bubble world and what I'm creating, because what if I get stopped? What if somebody doesn't like it? You're going to attract someone who likes it. You're going to attract someone who gravitates to what you love. Okay? You're going to attract someone who's going to celebrate with you. You're going to attract someone who celebrates you. You're going to attract someone who celebrates themselves, and they're celebrating you with themselves while we're all celebrating. That's golden. That's golden. Okay? We don't have to sit around sifting through books and sifting through different things and prerequisites like, oh, let me see, they have this category. Okay, check. No, there's no check. You have to check. You don't need to check. Feel. How do I, the minute, like now, you see, maybe 5 years ago, it probably wouldn't work. But now that the density has cleared up more and more on the earth, now when you feel through your heart, as soon as someone passed by, how many of you have had that? Soon as somebody passed, you feel the vibration and you're like, no. They don't even have to speak. Sometimes they just say one word and you're like, yeah. Sometimes they say one word like, wow, my soul tribe. I've been connected to my soul tribe everywhere. Charlize said, man, mommy, everywhere you go, you have to say something. Everywhere I go, there's always someone that I bump into, that I see, that I know, that I recognize. I may not remember the names, but it's like I could feel the essence of my soul. Like, it feels so good to just be anywhere, talk about spiritual things, or say something, in the line of spiritual meaning, like, oh, like, not like when you're talking, people think you're talking to alien and say, yeah, did you see what's happening at the Schumann residence? Yeah, did you have some restless night? Yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. That's what I'm talking about, having those conscious conversations. And I don't have to be like, I wonder how they're going to respond. No, it's automatic that they are speaking in my language, the soul language, the language of the soul, the communication of the soul, the communication of the heart. It's not strange to me. It's not strange at all. I don't have to sift through it. I don't have to interview them. I don't have to, no, because anything else less than that, they're not even going to be able to come around me because it's too much. It might be too much for them. How many of you have gone through that too, where you just notice that certain people just falling off? They may come back, but they're falling off, and then they come back again, or they may fall off and they don't come back for a good while. And so we don't go down. I'm not saying you're putting anybody down now. We don't have to dim our light. We don't have to dim ourselves. You don't have to skirt around anymore and say, oh boy, I don't think I can talk about this to this person, because you're automatically, spirit is not bringing you around that. Your soul, your higher self is not bringing you or inviting you to that, because now it's accelerating. So this is about those who are going through their stages of what it is, their awakening, right? That they start to question things and come to you, and then the door opens, and then you're going to see, like, that's why I had to start first. That's why I had to begin this process first, because you're ordained or chosen or pulled to assist if it is something presenting itself. Sometimes it might present itself where you don't say anything. It's just demonstrated. They're seeing it. They're witnessing. The glory of the divine is also to be seen. That's the delight of, what they say, the light of the Lord is the delight of the Most High, is to be witnessed in terms of what this expression of source creator is. Okay? That's the childlike presence of the Most High. Do you think the Most High is not childlike too? Absolutely. Absolutely. Imagine knowing that the Most High says, I'm going to surprise myself, but I don't even know how I'm going to surprise myself. But then I already know that I am, but I want to experience how I'm going to surprise myself and all the things that I can do and the things that I can't do, because sometimes I limit myself. But I also want to feel what it's like to be limitless. Limitless with power and limited with power. Or limitless with no power and limitless with power. Do you see how many expressions that is? That's a lot of different expressions, and then more, and then some. That's how the energy works. So when you start feeling and thinking about what you are quote unquote going through, let's put it into a light of also what I'm experiencing. As I'm experiencing what I'm experiencing, I'm getting to know myself. I'm also allowing myself to expand. I'm expanding in consciousness. I'm also allowing myself to observe and to witness what it's like to bring myself into the golden stage. And now we're in the age of Aquarius, where we have to decide and choose now, how are we working with the data? Like I said, I use the chat GPT. So I know people out there, they're worried and concerned about, the AI. Yeah, am I saying the AI is, something that we are not going to use? Because it is here, okay? Key with everything is discernment, purpose, intentions. What is the highest and best that I am choosing to use with what is here for me and where it takes me? You see, intentions, purpose, the highest expression, the highest feeling, how it helps and assists me with my journey. Because, sometimes, like I say, don't throw out the baby water in the bath. Sometimes there's certain things that you're going to go into that's going to assist you. So I use ChatGPT, whatever. And guess what? Boom, bam, sentence done. That's it. Less than 2 minutes. So it took off the ease of me not having to spend 2 hours trying to, because I want it to be perfect, the way the sentences flow and, and all that. You see what I'm saying? So also think about the structures that we have where we integrate what can make my life simpler, where I can choose to have fun, right? And when the time comes when I need to come back to where I am in my own discipline, that I have the gift to be able to understand that and how I apply it to my reality. Okay? So you're recreating the structures, you're recreating the way you go about in how you're creating, right? Where you're aligning the thoughts, the feelings, the mind, the heart, right? And then the action that you're taking with it. And so the action like now is where we, with Cancer, it's like we come in within an integrity, the emotional integrity with how we connect with each other, how we're rebuilding within ourselves first, and then we're rebuilding whoever we're connected to, and we're rebuilding the tribe. We're rebuilding the trust that we can have with one another, where we don't have the ones that, that could look like me, but then that person is hating on me and they're snitching on me and saying certain things to get me in trouble because they might be taking something under the table, because that's how it started. That's how things broke down. That's how things started to break down. And then I take accountability for, the things that I thought I could trust in someone. And in the meantime, just letting life go by and not doing or saying something. And this is how things fall apart, because we work through the balance of paying attention to when someone shows you who they are, like really and truly. Listen to the words they speak and how it aligns with the actions that they take. When you say somebody not listen, like when you say something don't feel right, or something not clicking with me and this individual, because the minute you feel the issues coming in, and issues could be anything. It could be whether you feel they're going to thief from you, steal, whether you think they're going to talk about you behind your back, whether you feel they're going to come along in your way and pretend and act like they really all for you when they're not, because they're hating and jealous, right? And it could be a family member. Just because somebody blood related to you doesn't mean that you still stick it out because they're related to you by blood. You might have much better luck with someone who might have had a dislike for you, but they see something different and they can work with you than someone that's known you from you were a child. Okay? And then what they're doing, sometimes people will steal and take and take and take. So this is the key to how you are working to what you're bringing back into that tribal sense. Because before, when we would be separated, and we're separated where you are working job over here, this is the one working a job over there, right? And you're coming home and you're not able to spend as much time with each other. Now what's happening is there's many of us that are owning our own businesses, and we're working with our close family members with our businesses, working together, building the communities, building the tribe, homeschooling. If you feel you can't homeschool, find a mom in your neighborhood. Do that diligent work for yourself and your children. Mothers, you need time and space for yourself. You need to go and have your time for pampering, get your nails done, get your hair done. And if you say, well, I don't know how I'm going to be able to do that because I have a young baby, you will make a way. Trust me. I did it. Me have 5 pitney. Me work it. Me make it happen. Me never pitch a tent. Me never just make things go on. So that's me. You have the power to do it too. It's given to you too. You'll be amazed how great you will feel about yourself because you look good and feel good no matter what's happening. You see? You're doing that for you. That's what the presentation for, because you're aligning and attracting the energy of that wealth. Because the goddesses, when we connected looking good, like all the time, because that attraction itself, what it does is it magnetizes everything together and what comes together. And then what it does, it spins and spins and spins. And that's what gets, what do you think happens? It becomes golden. That's the golden time. That's a golden feeling. It's a light that emanates, okay? Not a light necessarily that you see, but you're feeling lighter inside. You're feeling free. You're feeling free. You're feeling like you can do anything. That's how you feel. Okay? Like you could soar the sky, soar higher heights than ever. Okay? So see, Jennifer wrote, freedom for her would be receiving abundance. So let's shift that and say also, let's add to it, freedom for you is that you are, not that you would be, but you are. It's in the present moment now that you are experiencing and receiving abundance now, in this reality now, because there is no such thing as time. Time itself is the structure that was created to slow things down, to slow down the vibration of who we are in our creation. Okay, so when we're moving into the God space and to the God center of creativity, that is the now. It's done. Ashe. Amen. Hallelujah. Praises. Oh, man. Woo! See, it's now. So when we bring it into the current, this is what brings it in, even into that physical. When we say, how do I align what I'm choosing? I took action with something, and then bam, it's done. Like even when I was going through another round, because I tried to do some of the grants on my own. I'm just giving examples here, and the young lady who was helping me, she runs her own business. She does grant writing, blah, blah, blah. And so I said, fine, I'm going to have to wait if I do another round, because I'm going to have to come up with the funds to be able to do the next grant. Next thing you know, bam, the next day, she's like, oh, it's my birthday, and I'm taking $100 off. See, that's what I'm talking about. When we are connecting to that divine guidance, that even if it looks like you're not going to participate with something that in your heart it will benefit you, and then all of a sudden Spirit is going to bring something in alignment for you, and it gets done. And so I was amazed. And then this is current story. This was just maybe about 3 weeks ago or 2. Yeah, it was in June. And she's Gemini. And I was like, Wow. And that's not the only thing that I've created in my reality, because as it's like people talk about, oh, you have spirit guides and angels and, your ancestors and all that stuff. But don't forget you. Don't forget your own internal power. And also your guides, your angels, your ascended self, because your ascended self is the even greater power that assists you. That's you. I'm talking about the version of you that knows and has all the data. You are the walking, living, breathing computer. You are the original natural force of energy that had all the information that was stored in the Akashic records, that was connecting to you with where you go and what you do. The key is now, how can I now connect? I'm closing my eyes because I'm visualizing this with you. How can I connect to myself where all the data, all the information, all the power, even the weakness of who I am is within me? And I am grateful for anything outside of me that also assists me on my journey with what I'm creating. But I am making sure to balance out the power, the information, the data, everything within me as well. I'm doing it on both sides to the point where you don't even think about it. Because as you feel and you think it, and then you take action, masculine, receiving, feminine, thoughts, the principles of connection, right? What was missing on earth is the receptivity, feeling, heart center, right? And so you bring yourself into balance by connecting that to you first. You are the key. Anything else outside of you is fine, but you are the major key. If you ask questions about your twin soul, twin flame, if you're listening to this and you know in your heart, whether you're the spiritual twin or the matrix twin, as you ask the question, you have the answer, and your higher self will also give you the answer. Source creator, through your higher self, will give you the answers, and it comes through very innocently, meaning that you're not focused on it. It just happens. It just happens just like that, magically. Okay? It's interesting the way how the spiritual realm works, because even like about a couple weeks back, I said to my grandmother, my father's side, I said, man, I haven't seen you in a long time. You haven't come visit me. Like, I noticed a lot of my mother, my aunts, I haven't heard from them in a long time. So I said, man, my grandmother, I've heard her. And guess what? The next day she come to me in a dream. Then the next day after that, someone else who I know who's a twin that's married to her twin, she got a message, called my grandmother's name is very unique. So and she gave her name to her to give to me. And I smiled, because that's the connection. That's the connection that Source wants you to continue to align with. So as you open your door to everything, to what you are receiving, including love. But first you must go back to the basic of where you knew where you started from in creation, where you were connected to that cord through mother, and father was there supporting you, that you have the love and support from your father, that your father loves you, that he gives you that stability. It was Father God who told me when I was driving up that mountain, he said, you know that he was a king and you were a queen. I was like, what? I was like, I didn't know that. I was like, who? And he said, go home and find out. Okay? And I'm there Googling and all that stuff. And I knew in my heart, it was something connecting to ancient Kemet Egypt. And I was just fascinated. And I had my moments with the presence of mother. She was fierce and she wasn't playing. And she was like, I choose to be acknowledged. I know what all of my daughters have felt and my sons have felt. And I am here to restore. And I'm going to use you and all those who connect with me into what comes next. And all I knew is I kept being obedient to spirit. Even if this one turned and said this one crazy or this don't make no sense, it didn't matter. I kept it moving. And all I knew is her presence was powerful. She wasn't playing. And when she used me as a vessel to my body, there I was in control and not in control, because that's how the energy works. That's how spirit and matter works. Where the spiritual realm, it's not up there, it's right here. It's right here in this dimension. And as the spiritual energy with who you are connects with the physical, then you're not out of alignment anymore, because you're tuning in. Where's the dial of your radio station? Where are you tuning into yourself? Where are you in your inner authority? Where are you in your creativity with that authority, by the power invested in you through the Christ? That's the true power. It's not about you going to a physical place or talking to a physical person that wrote a physical book only. It's what you feel and what you know within your heart. The heart is what's communicating now. So that's why there's so many that are, not a lot, I'm not going to say everyone, but there are so many that are, they're getting more angry. Have you noticed that there's some people that are getting angrier quick? Like they're really getting angry because things are not going their way. And things are not going their way because they're not in flow with life. They're resistant. If you're resistant to, you're being guided to leave the job. You're resistant to walking out of a relationship that you know is toxic. If you're resistant to a friend who's not being a friend to you, but you just want to keep the friendship because you've always had the friendship, right? Or if you're resistant to some things that you need to let go of, you know, a lot of things that you need to let go. Because all I know is that the frequency of Earth is like really starting from the beginning, starting from scratch. And when you're starting from scratch, that means that the beliefs that are attached, the people that you've been attached to, that connects to where you are in that place of consciousness, because we attract and we connect to people where we are based on where we are in consciousness. And when you start to shift into another state of consciousness, that individual who's not matching you, and if they're not moving at the same time with you with that energy, it's going to drift off. And then you might go up another decibel again. And then all of a sudden, you can't eat this anymore, do this anymore. You can't go to this place anymore. And then, or you can't connect with this other person with this anymore. It doesn't feel right. So when you know something doesn't feel right, this is where Source says, you stop, make an assessment, make a move where your Mars is, make that move. Review yourself in the part of you where if you're even resistant to surrendering. If you're resistant to surrendering, if you're resistant to letting go of control or needing to control, where Mars is for you, or where you're passionate about something, where Mars is for you, you're passionate about it, but you're also afraid. And it's okay to be afraid, because sometimes the fear is what drives you back to what? To love, right? Where you surrender and you let go of the things that hold you back, you know, especially the fear that says, what's somebody going to say? What are they going to do? What's going to happen? You know, we get the fear of the future. Like, I'm passionate about this and that, but I'm afraid of what can happen. And, you know, we're ripping off these band-aids, you know, Mother says, we're ripping off the band-aids. And so the things that we fear are just fear itself, because when you look back, you're going to be like, man, that really wasn't so bad after all. I really didn't have to over analyze and over process, you know, this information after all, because it wasn't worth it, you know, it wasn't really worth it. So be still sometimes, play. Sometimes the fear, you break the fear cycle through playing, because you're taking your mind off of it, you know, putting it all in your head all the time, constantly. And dance. Sometimes dancing will also take your mind off of it. Your mind will, you know, sometimes run away. And then, you know, you're playing the music and you're like, oh gosh, I feel so different now. Like, I don't feel the way that I did before. You know, it changed, it shifted, because you brought yourself to that place to change and shift with it. You're not holding on to the old design that you got to mope and you know, get depressed over where you're going to go next with something that you feel, you know, where you should be or what you should do. or that you need someone's permission or validation, or that it affected you because you feel abandoned by something or someone, and then you stay stuck. You see, staying stuck. So journal those feelings, honor those feelings, but then come back to yourself again and say, what is the best thing that I can do for me right now? What can I do to elevate myself while I feel sad? How can I honor my sadness and my joy at the same time? I say just honor it at the same time. Just allow it, because you were taught to only be sad. And I say only be sad because you're supposed to get miserable and carry on, like how some people do when they're going through things. When you can be sad and then enjoy again, because they say what joy cometh in the morning, but the morning itself is where joy comes from. Mourning, mourning. Joy comes through the sadness. So you wouldn't know what sadness is until you experience joy, and you wouldn't know what joy is until you experience sadness. So therefore, we give thanks to the Most High for having an experience in the opposite, so that way I can bring that harmony back to myself, because I'm at peace knowing that I represent those two sides of myself. I represent two sides of that experience. Okay, so so this is where we are in this moon cycle, the moon in Capricorn, everything that represents what we call the matrix, right? The structure, the connectivity, the hustle and bustle. See, some people say, oh, I'm just lost in the shuffle. But I say, hey, we get lost in the shuffle, because it's where you find your way. You got to go into the craziness and the madness, and that's when you're going to find yourself. Because where we came from was peace and still and just pure love. Now we're going to experience peace, still, pure love, and the chaos is minimizing itself. So whatever had been experienced on the earth in its duality is coming into its uniform field of consciousness, where as those who are in the spectrum of union within themselves, okay, that means that wherever they go, wherever they are in that center, right, you're in the awareness of self, because you know that you had to go through all sides of yourself multidimensionally. You're taking that accountability. You don't need to get validation from anyone. If you feel someone doesn't believe in what you believe in, can you love them? Can you really love them unconditionally, even if you don't like their style, or you don't like what they say, you don't like how they look, you don't like what they speak? You don't like the idea that they don't like you. Do you have the capacity to love in such a way that you don't dishonor yourself? That's also a part of this time. See? And it's it takes quite a trek and balance. It's like that purest. That's that purest form, as one would say, of the Christ. To have the ability and the capacity to love without compromising yourself. And at the same time, peace, moving through. And at the same time, you are still moving forward with what is being created in this golden time. Because if anyone thinks that the event and the golden time will happen on one specific day and one specific time, no, it's happening now. For those who are saying, oh, the age of Aquarius is not till 2025. No, 2025 is now. We're all in the now time. This is the now. This is the NOW. Now, present, present, presented to you, through me, through us. We are the ones that said we were going to come here, incarnate, to start the process. And we all remembered and keep remembering ourselves through all of this, to what we're creating. Those who feel as if, oh no, it's 2025. Oh no, it happened in 2013, 14. Me no business with that. That's just a label. That's just a construct. That's a belief. Yes, we're on the Gregorian calendar now, 2023, and it does serve its purpose, because I know when I look at the chart for myself and how it aligns with who I am, I'm like, whoa, what an intelligent God we have. This is not God. This is source. This is the highest form of expression of intelligence. How everything just aligns perfectly, perfectly to do it myself. Now because somebody tell me, because the information came through me when I looked it up, and I'm like, whoa, this is so fascinating. So when you really dig and dig and dig and put all yourself together, whether it's cardology, numerology, astrology, okay, cards, runes, crystal stones, it all serves its purpose. It comes together collectively. But can you also find yourself without that as well? Are you able to tune into your inner self, if whether you're the ayahuasca or this or that and this and that and that, or I had this regression and this and that? Are you able to bring everything together and not leave out the details? But at the same time, you're feeling the truth, the subjective truth, but it's still the truth of you, your blueprint. If you're on the path with someone else who's connected to you, they're you. So if you ask, are they my so-and-so? Are you your so-and-so? Who are you? And I'm not talking about your name. Who are you? Who are you really? If you don't know who you are, and if you feel you're at the stage where you're still asking someone, am I this and this and that? Is this so and so? Am I right? Then you still have more work that you're doing for you. You're still having more of an evaluation you're placing on yourself. I was there myself too, where I was really having to go through discovery and rediscovery and rediscovery and more discovery and uncovering and unlocking. And, you know, like you talk about holy grail, holy macaroni, or the words that we said. For real, digging deeper. Time to go into the details of self. More than even self-realizing. That means you're taking total autonomy of your thoughts. The moment you speak it out, whether it's to someone, about someone, with someone, you ask yourself, where's it coming from? I mean, not every single moment of the day, because that's too much. Because imagine me going to scrutinize all my conversation. Thank you, darling. If I was going to scrutinize all my conversation, then I wouldn't be living. All I'm saying is, when you're feeling the hurt, the pain, the triggers, evaluate where is it coming from. Because oftentimes we may not see, and when I say see, I'm not talking the physical eye, I'm talking seeing through the heart, seeing through the energy. What is your higher self trying to show you with where you are in you knowing yourself? I'm not talking about the people who put those in titles and things on social media. Know thyself, go do your research. I love when they say that, you know, like, what are you talking about? What do you mean about go do your research? Like, shut up. I'm going to say it just like that. I said it. Shut up now with that. Knowing yourself means you're not paying attention to what you're reading with somebody saying know yourself. Knowing yourself meaning you're paying attention to your experiences, what your experiences is showing you. How are you applying it to your personal path? Me not care if you got baby yesterday or 2 children 2 years ago. I am talking about you. How are you applying your experiences to you, and where you are applying each aspect of those experiences to how you are coming into greater awareness of self, living and operating consciously. That means you're being conscious of yourself and taking that accountability for your healing, transforming, transmuting, whatever fancy words, and I say fancy words because sometimes people like to throw those words out there and say, yeah, I'm doing my work, No, the actual work is what you're doing on a daily basis with your life. How you're connecting and listening to where you're being guided, how you're being guided, how you are creating, being creative. Where are you when it comes to your alignment and your feelings about money? Do you feel money is dirty, and do you feel money is abundant for you? Do you feel that even if the economy is falling apart, as one would say, and whether or not you do crypto or no crypto, if you're doing this, that, whatnot, or if you're investing here and this and that, who are you when it comes to your wealth and your prosperity? You know, How do you connect to your prosperity? Because you can be prosperous with money, no money. You can be prosperous and abundant when it comes to your health, because that is one of the wealthiest things you could ever have, is a healthy body and a healthy mind. It is really disappointing every time when I see people are constantly badgering people on what they're eating. And I say, that's fine. What are you taking into your vessel? How are you processing your mental thoughts, the mental space? How are you processing your emotions? This is where Cancer again, your emotions, mental, the mind, Mercury, how you're communicating with yourself. Is there a breakdown or is there a build up when it comes to communication? That's my pet peeve, communication. Oh my gosh, we say, you see, if we make plans with you and then you don't communicate, if you know you don't want to go again, just say you don't want to go again. I'm not going to hold it against you. That's where you honor yourself. Because I've been doing that too when I feel like, man, I don't know, I ain't feeling it no more. I don't know. I go with the flow because I could always make plans tomorrow, the next day, and next year, I say, you know what, I don't, so that's why what I say to, whatever friends I have left or family, I'll see how it flows. I'll see how I feel when the time comes. Are you okay with that? But if you want to hold me in a box that if I break the plans and you're going to have a hissy fit and you're going to start having attitude and stuff like that, you'll be okay. You'll be all right, because I'm going to honor myself and I am not going to place myself in the box, because I'm living my life with going with that divine, here again, that divine flow. I'm flowing with the elements of what feels right. So that way, I'm not attaching to time. I'm not attaching to what I want and only what I want, because I'm going to honor your time too. I'm going to honor your space. If I feel I still want to go, but you don't want to go, I say it's okay, but I'm still going if I feel like it. You know what I mean? I'm going to still go because my heart and my body is saying, you're going to go. You're going to go catch that movie. You're going to go do this, that. You're going to go da, whatever. And that's what I do. And that's why I'm free. That's why I don't age, because I'm not stress on what somebody else say, what somebody else want, what somebody else said, the rules and the laws. Those are the structures. You see what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you feel what I'm saying? All of the above. All of the above. You see? He said, yes, Cancer, Saturn. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. The uprooting. And especially attachments. I've noticed, again, it's not everyone. I'm not lumping everybody in one box. But I notice how the root, it's like, okay, we have the cord where we're connected to each other, right? We're connected to each other in whatever capacity that it is, right? Even if someone is fake, even if someone's phony, even if there's still something connecting, okay? The key is where you place yourself in that connection and how strong and powerful you are, and do you have the ability to be detached from whatever or whomever it is, right? Because you came to be the expression of the individuation of self, while still honoring, where Aquarius come in for me, where I honor the collective. My Mars in Libra is where I am not taking sides, but I'm still weighing and measuring. Do I feel bad sometimes, like when I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if I can go along with this anymore. And yes, I know that I have friends and family that are still, but you know what? I don't make it my business anymore, and I don't feel bad anymore. But I know that if I feel in my heart something doesn't feel right anymore to do with something in particular, or I feel like my body is not resonating to it anymore to a certain capacity, I leave it alone. And then I continue to be free. And I continue to laugh and I move on. Because guess what? It's not affecting me. But I know that where I am in my own consciousness, in my own space, I do not allow myself to stay in certain spaces emotionally, mentally, or physically at times, because I know that each one is getting to a specific capacity to what or wherever they are on their journey. Okay? So if you can honor me where I may have said maybe 2 years ago, oh, so and so and so, but then that shifted and changed, are you still gonna love me? If not, that's okay. All I know is I'm gonna keep it rolling. I'm going to keep it moving. Okay? Because either way, I was having a conversation with my brother, the one that I raised. As a matter of fact, his cusp is July 22nd, so he's cusp Cancer Leo. But I told him he's more Leo than he is Cancer. And I was there with my mom when she gave birth to him, so he's like my son to me too. And everybody's just going, boy, I may tell you, but you know what? They're catching up to me. And and he was saying something pretty good where he said, oh, well, Sharon, and this was just this weekend gone conversation. And he's like, yeah, but everything repeats itself. Everything's going to still be the same because it's real. I said, yeah, that's true, but not. And the reason I say that, even if we came, let's say if we came, we incarnated to carry out specific themes of specific experiences, because some of us are chosen to have the experience to help others to get past the certain points where they reach where it is a block. And the way that one may understand to get past that block, when you hit the glass ceiling and you're saying, well, I'm not getting anywhere. And even if you say, well, I'm still following my path, you are following your path. You're following your path because it's going to lead you to the place where you are going to be, where you're assisting others that have reached that glass ceiling. So I may be past certain glass ceilings, and I'm not going to press on you because, well, they're not understanding what I'm saying. So, I'm better than this one and that one. And you know what? I'm not going to say this because I don't want to hurt this one's feelings. And I'm not talking about being rude and, arrogant towards someone. All I'm saying is, can you honor me for where I am in consciousness with what's shown to me? Because that's where I used to hold myself back. And I'm not telling you this because I want you to agree with me, or I'm saying this because, I'm just trying to make a statement about myself. I'm saying this to you because this is what's going to keep coming up in your circle, in your surroundings, in your tribal. It's like, I give you an example. I'm going to get back to what I'm saying. I was reading up on certain things, especially in many of, the countries in our African continent. And there's certain rituals and stuff that are done in those countries. And a lot of the things were done tribally there and brought to Europe, where some of my ancestors are there too, and brought down to Jamaica. Right? And I saw something posted where these women were allowing themselves to be beaten with a object, and they had marks on their back and everything, and they said that it was a ritual. It was an actual ritual that's done to demonstrate their strength. But you see, when I looked at that, it didn't feel right to me. As a matter of fact, it was kind of upsetting. Because I said for myself, I wouldn't do that to myself. Why would I want to hurt my body, first of all? Why would I want to go through physical pain to prove something to anyone, to say that I'm initiating myself to be beaten with marks on me to show how many marks I have, to say how much power I have? Or they take something and they slice the skin, so the skin have all these marks and all these things. And most of these things were tribal things that was happening, okay? And if anybody gets upset over what I said, you be all right. Okay? Because there are some things we have to question them now. We have to ask ourselves, how is this my highest and best to inflict harm on my body? Have we gone through enough harm already as it is? Hasn't there been enough pain already as it is? So, therefore, I declare and decree that anything that I feel in my heart does not feel right, doesn't feel good in the deepest parts of my soul, I am not choosing to carry on that tradition. I'm not choosing to participate in things that I know is not going to make me feel joy and happy. If me knows that me I get beaten and I'm laughing, I'm like, that's a different story. There's some people who do that because they're sadistic, but I'm not going to walk that path of being sadistic and say I'm going to inflict pain, whether mentally, physically, or emotionally. And this was happening to the females of that particular tribe. I don't remember which one. Okay, so there's many different rituals in many different tribes and cultures and all these things, religions. Oh, let's not go into the religion. Oh, the religion. And I say, are you happy? Are you in the fullness of joy? And then someone says, well, you need to respect my religion. You need to respect my life and how I do. I say, okay, I respect it. But guess what? I'm going to ask you a question because you asked me a question. Are you happy? Better yet, are you blissful? Because guess what? The golden time is blissfulness. It's not mediocre. Oh, I gotta do this and I gotta do this ritual and I gotta read this book and I gotta do this and then I'll be golden. Sorry. So I apologize. That's not what the representation of how New Earth is going to be. So even for those who are still attaining to thinking that a certain religious faction structure, whether government, this and whatever powers may be in that type of power, they're illusions of power, they're illusions of control, the illusions of feeling that I got to go to a third party in order to know myself and to be empowered, that illusion is shattering. And so even the stuff to do with money, right? And the stuff to do with money or the value or where money has been placed in that cycle of where it didn't have any value unless it had gold. Then it went from gold to oil. Then it's going from oil and gold to crypto or however, blah, 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 right? And so remember what I said earlier in the conversation. Even though in the matrix, as you call it, whatever's created with the control, right? And the structures and the beliefs, right? That connects to Sagittarius, because I believe something is in Sagittarius, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see where I read that. I think it's it's not Mercury. Can someone please look up to see where Sagittarius is for me? Please, por favor. And and so everything ties in with these structures and beliefs and how it connects to what is forming in a new energy and timeline where we're not participating in certain, things, whether it's the job that works you to death and not to life, where there's no life. You're not feeling alive any longer. Where you're participating in loveless marriages and loveless relationships, where you're forcing a relationship with someone that they are not willing or choosing to participate anymore, but you're afraid to be alone. You're afraid to experience being alone. And so spirit is going to have you feeling uncomfortable, and it's going to get as worse as it gets until you finally walk away from that. Okay? Then you may have circumstances where, I'm guilty. I've been guilty of this, where you are guided. It's time to move, and you're resistant to wanting to move because that's all that you're used to. And of course, because I have a fixed sign. I have Aquarius fixed sign, Taurus fixed sign, and I have a Scorpio fixed sign. Sometimes in where the things that I allude to and how I'm visualizing, what's showing up in the ethers, because I read the energy in the ethers. Okay. And so it takes quite a bit to feel into how am I going to connect to what I believe? Where did it begin? Where did it start from in the structures? Okay. How am I rebuilding myself with structures? Because you have to or choose to have some kind of discipline for yourself when it comes to this what we're creating, okay? And the reason why is because there's still other energies that's around us that can take advantage, you know what I mean? And so the best way how things are going to unfold is that you're going to be the example constantly of what you're creating, how you're shifting, and where you might believe something, what was this from 2 weeks ago or 2 years ago or 2 months ago, you're no longer connecting to that. And so you're moving to the next stage. And so if someone comes along and says, oh, no, it's supposed to be this way because this is what was written, Are you going to say, you're right? Or are you going to be like, but that's not what was shown to me, but it's okay because we're creating a new cycle of energy that comes in freer. And as it comes in freer, that's the reason why things are coming through in a different type of manifestation and how it exposes itself and how it comes through. And then now we're grounding it, right? In the physical matter, the physical things, the wealth, the money, our health, our families, getting back the land and where we are in what we call reparations, what the ancestor says is to be returned and connecting back to us, right? And that your heart is open to receiving, that even at the moment that something may be disappearing or that reality itself might not exist, but you trust and know that spirit is going to bring you to the right time and moment and space where you're going to receive it. Are you going to be open to receiving it, or are you going to be hating on somebody else that's getting it, but then you're trying to cast shadows on them because they're taking the opportunity to whatever it is for them to receive, but you're not. So you have to take your accountability for that. And then for those who are receiving, and where you are in your consciousness and where you have left the beliefs and the thought patterns to where you're feeling that somebody trying to compete with you, or somebody's hating on you, or somebody's jealous of you, or where you are on your path, and or that you never tell them your business and all that kind of stuff, that you're strong enough to keep moving even if you are the cheese that's left alone. You remember the song Farmer in the Dell? Because I talk about it in the book too. You're able to be centered in you being the cheese, the chosen one, the one ordained, the one that God says, source says, hey, you say you're going to come and mash up things for me, so I want you to start. No. And then I'm not going to give it to you all at once. So this is the stages I'm going to take you with this, and this is how we're going to do this. This is how we're going to rock this right now. I think about the movie Aliens, I love that movie. I don't know why, but I just do. And when the guy said, take all the magazines away from them, because if they shoot the gun to kill the whatever's there, it's gonna blow up the place. And my girl said, she gonna keep one right by her side, because you see, that's where you use intelligence. That's where you tune in. Like, you know what? I'm still gonna use wisdom to apply what I need to apply for whatever I need to do, just in case. And I am not choosing to hold any space of fear, because I know that wherever I am, source is. And therefore, as my path is being led to wherever I'm being taken for my own sake, for whatever it is that I'm choosing to receive, so it shall be always. And you don't have to repeat it all the time, because what will happen is everything just starts emanating through you, to you, for you, through you, to you, for you, constantly. Okay, constantly. It's in a state of constance, and it's in a state of movement. Okay, so therefore you will start to feel yourself connecting to where you can feel secure again with masculine energy, where you can feel secure again with feminine energy, where you can trust her feelings within you, and where you're being led and guided, where it feels so powerful, so strong, and yet so simple and gentle, right? And then you feel that power and strength of that masculine power, that connects within you, where I am strong, I move forward, I take action in my life, and I trust the action that I take, even if I don't know what comes next. I trust the power that's within me. I exude this power that's within me externally too as well. I am so strong, but I allow someone else who's stronger than me to also take the lead at times, even if I'm strong, that I can step back, and the strength that I have is just allowing myself, not just because I step back doesn't mean I'm weak. If I step back, that just means I'm allowing. So that way, another aspect of myself that shows up in masculine energy can now take the lead, so they can get to show their true inner strength, so they can get to exhibit what their power is for them too, and that they're grateful that I support them for the powerful being that they are, and that they support me for when I step into my power, and they support me when I feel weak inside. when I feel sad, when I feel like I can't move any further, when I feel like I can't handle as much as I can any longer, but that support is there for me. So therefore, as I allow myself to integrate the patterns that I are experiencing, or what's within my DNA, to be able to move forward, to be able to move forward, to not be resistant because it's new, because I am not being resistant to what I don't know what the future holds, because I'm staying where? Present. I'm staying in the now. I'm staying in my lane. I'm not worrying about what this John and Patrick and Joanna and Marianne and all the other ones, what they're doing. They may not be doing the same thing, and that's okay, because they're in their space of their expression. And even if you know that there's something else they can do, but they didn't ask you, they didn't ask for your opinion, they didn't ask for your comment, then shut up. Stay, keep quiet. Come back to you. Come back to you. Because you don't have to prove anything. Just keep being, because as you're being, when we keep moving into the state of beingness and beingness and beingness, and you know what happens? Someone else gonna look and say, "Oh wow, I really feel inspired. I can do that too. I can do that too." And that is what is the change. It's not this like we're talking, because yes, we're expressing. We it's important to express. It's important to allow that throat chakra to open up and activate, because it's been suppressed for very, very long. Okay? Too long. And then we take action, whether we use our feet to walk outside and connect with the grass and allow Mother Earth to connect with us and everything that we're moving into creation, right? And we're grounding that energy, right? And where the nodes are right now in Taurus is because now even if you don't physically have your land, even if you don't physically have your home, even if you don't physically have all the money and everything that is resourceful for you, or if you feel, well, I want to plant my garden, but I'm not in a spot to begin that process now. What if it's not? What if it's too late? Don't focus on that. Don't focus on that. Focus on that. You know that you already planted the seed in your heart, that you know that's what you are creating. Because I'm creating that too. I'm creating my own space to be in a bigger, better home where I have land space too. And guess what? I'm not gonna have to knock myself out. I'm not gonna be in no whole heap of debt to be deaf, because I choose to experience life. I choose to experience life where there's an abundance, and I'm in my joy, and I have water near me. And I don't have no bugs biting me, and no bugs. If anybody said bugs going to select this later for you, because anything that's in lower consciousness or anything that disturbs my peace is no longer going to be here. So you can keep it in your reality. All me know say I rebuke them and they're coming out of here. Me don't want no bugs. And I'm not talking about ladybugs, and I'm not talking about spiders, and I'm talking about the pestilence, the ones that bite you and want to suck your blood. We're not talking about, that's the ones I'm talking about. That it's time for those energies to go, because the earth has been vibrating with those things. Because if you're at that place of consciousness where you're not shifting, and you're in a lower state of feeling and behaving and acting and just doing like some shit that's really weird and stuff, you're gonna attract those lower beings, and people eating bugs and nastiness. To me, that's nasty. So you go and talk about, oh, it's my protein, good for you. That's nasty. It's gross. Okay, it is gross, and I've seen those videos too. And I was like, I don't consider that to be human. I consider those to be deviants. Excuse me, let me drink some water. I consider those to be deviants. Like, honestly. Okay. There's no way you're gonna have me like with NASA talking about drinking urine and processing urine for 250,000. What the fuck? What the blood clot you talk about? Why you must be mad? You think me? I don't care what you talk about. Things like that. If you participate with things like that, that makes me think like, okay, I see where you are. Okay, I see where you are in consciousness. What the fuck? Who the bomber clock when me drinking them piss and recycling and talk about and it's like, oh, but you do it anyway through the what you call it, good for you. Me, I drink my alkaline water, and I'm still gonna bless. I know if I'm talking too fast, sorry, but Nah, get the entire fuck out of here. Okay? In its entirety. Okay? Because I know my body's going to be like, I am not going to consider myself to be vibrating around crap like that. And I know it's going to keep exposing itself, because each one of us that is connecting to what is shifting and bringing that higher alignment and that higher timeline, it's going to push on and it's going to reveal. That's what the apocalypse is. It's a revealing time. It's the things that are being exposed. Okay, everything that's being exposed. So whether it's being exposed in our families, or it's things being exposed with yourself, or things being exposed with that people do that are so deviant. I mean, who kills their mother and barbecues them? It's like, and then the father that, I don't mean to bring these things up, but I'm just bringing it up to give you an example of all the things that are showing up. The father that shot his 3 children, one of his children was running away from him, and he ran after the child and shot him, and he didn't even know why he did that, because there are demons running among us. Oh yeah. May not spill the water, may not spill the tea, but I'm telling you, the worst of the worst is going to show itself. It's going to show itself. Everything itself that is being exposed is being exposed, because the things that have been hidden must be exposed, so that way we already made that choice for what we're not going to do, and what we're not going to tolerate, and what we're not going to accept on the earth any longer. So anybody who said that these you couldn't even get me to drink tap water. I couldn't tell if I drank tap water, that must have been 30-40 years ago, and I probably was knocked out. Not me. You see, people do some weird shit, man. When I say they're doing some weird shit out here in these streets, okay? And even as far as that, what do you call it, the fire thing that was going on, it was in my area too. It was no exception. Again, remember this. There are many, many events that are going to continue to unfold. Are they all going to be, necessarily whether or not someone caused it to happen? And or is it something that comes through source? It could be all of the above. The key is, I have the power within me that whatever it is that is happening outside of me, right? Because remember, all these events that happen, from the C virus to the this to the that and all the fancy, all the things them, is what is in the collective consciousness and the shadow. The shadow has to show itself, right? So we can see and observe where we are and what comes next in our own participation, making sure you stay in your lane in the meantime. Okay? Just like how I described with the C thing, where this was your time to reassess, reevaluate what you eat, how you are with your family. What are you having your children learn in school? And is it time to have them homeschooled or having true education of what you're teaching them and what the future holds for them? Are you allowing your children to now do farming with you? And, my grandson knows about, I forget the word when you use again. What is it? Schizophrenia. I said, Remy, you know about schizophrenia? He said, because I read it. He's already doing algebra at 8 years young. Algebra. Akasha 6, she reads big words. She reads big books. You know what I mean? So everything that has kept us back, or what we allow to keep us back, how advanced your soul is, then you have to ask yourself this question, that who am I? Where am I taking myself in the change? Where am I applying changes in my physical reality, even when the shit show, because the shit show is going on, from those people that decided to go in the water and they want to see the Titanic. And I tell you that there was an entity that pulled that vessel down, and that had to do with karma. There was karma, not karma to get back at them. That was karma that was coming out, because as I said before, whether land or sea, that there are certain ancestors or certain beings that, if the energy has not been honored, or if there's no honor given to what has happened, if knowing that the vessel of the ship, they knew that it wasn't operational, but they still let it go on the sea anyway, and people spend all kind of monies and this and that to go on it, right? And and then sometimes there's people that they make foolish decisions because they're not connecting to their heart. They're not applying common sense. They're not thinking about consequences of when they do things and how they do things. You know what I mean? So, and still too, at the same time, everything is going to unfold at what must be revealed, because the energy, the experience, the data that exists from when was it, 1912, when it happened. And I watched the movie. I remember when the movie came out, Damon was a newborn infant. I remember when I saw it with him, he was crying. I couldn't get to watch the movie properly, but I watched it, and it was sad, and it made me feel sad, and it wasn't the full story. I'm aware of that. And so we think about wealth and power, and those people who do have it, and where they place emphasis on money first before their well-being and their health. They place emphasis on how much money they have and the power that they have when it comes to money. The have and have nots, I talk about it in the book. And so when we think about the value we place on the money, but is it going to form any type of compromise for myself and for others? Is there anything where I'm going to place more energy on the money more than somebody's life because I want to prove a point, or I want to show off how much more money I have? And so those type of energies is what's leaving. It's going away. It's dissipating. It's disappearing. You see? Those, and this is where Saturn in Pisces is moving through anything that's affecting the water. And I have Saturn. I mean, I'm going through a natal return with Saturn in Pisces. I have Saturn in Pisces in the 4th house. And so it's like the element of what and how we connect to our beliefs, the honor that we place also in the sea, the water, what the purpose has been with that, with society and humans polluting the water and disrespecting the water, disrespecting, when they put stuff in the water to create illnesses. So, there's going to be people that are going to be getting sick over water as well. And I even saw a video where a guy put his hand in the water. This was in Florida. This was just a couple days ago. And the shark just took him. And I was like, is this for real? Or is this fake? It was real. It was in the Everglades in Florida. It was like I was watching the movie Jaws. Okay? So it's like the sea itself is energy. The water is energy. Everything through the water is where things start in our rebirth. And so the earth, the land, Taurus, the resources, money, where the money comes from trees, the value of gold and silver and copper and all these different elements, the stones, the crystals, the elements of the earth, and how it's going to be coming back. And I even had stated before that you're going to find certain elements of the earth just appear just out of nowhere where you are. You got to trust when I say that's coming. So all those so-called powers to be that want to control all the mining and all these different things that's going on in all these other countries, whether it's in Africa, Europe, even here in the States, let them go on, because their day and the time is coming. They cannot stop. Nothing can stop what is coming in that reverse cycle and what is meant to come into balance. That's what karma really means. That's what the karmic cycle really means. You see? And so the sea itself, the waters itself, is also cleansing itself. It's clearing out. It's also magnetizing. If you notice, things to do with our emotions, the beings, uh, sea creatures, any elements of existence that we may not have heard of or know of. Um, we're talking about flow. We're talking about the activity of, now Pluto is, no coincidence, Pluto is back in Capricorn, I believe, until December. And then it's going to go fully back into Aquarius. I believe it's January of next year or something like that. So it's very interesting that how Pluto is in Capricorn and the moon is in Capricorn. So again, it's that element of the structures are breaking things down and building at the same time. Even the orcas, they're reminding me of the orcas that are also taking back their territory and their space. Okay. And the ocean, the waters, the seas. I even saw a video with the alligators literally living on the land with people in their homes. I was like, oh, this is very interesting. How do they do this? Like, how does this work? You see, so everything is moving in its process with must be valued, honored, going back to the basic connectivity, how we connect to earth, how we connect to the water, giving that honor and respect to the water, giving honor and respect to the species that are in the water as well as the land. Because I even saw a video of these lions actually laid down on the road in some part of Africa, I don't remember where, and the cars could move, and they had to honor and give respect to the lions. They were mating on the road. It was like 4 of them, and they had to honor and respect. So the animals and this, different elements will be attacking, and whether or not whatever they're doing, whatever they're trying to do in the skies, they can't. That nothing is going to stop what is to come. So therefore, you declare anything that could harm you. If anything comes your way that could possibly harm or hurt you or cause any disruption, if it's that you stand in that power knowing that you're protected, that if anything, it's blessed, and you have that ability to alchemize it and turn it back around. And when I say turn it back around, that if someone was trying to poison you, or someone was trying to deviate anything, or any deviant type of behavior, that is not going to last, that is not going to do anything to you. Because this is how much of an effort and energy that you are having to work with, and not operate from fear. Not operate from fear with it, because there's more things that are going to be coming through with this Armageddon. Like, seriously, you could literally be standing on land somewhere, and all of a sudden earth just swallow up and take 2 people just a few feet away from you. That's the judgment. The judgment is here. Judgment is here. It's not coming. It is here. It's moving in intervals and processes. Can you imagine the things that are going on that you're not even aware of? Because it's not everything they're going to report it in the news, and it's not everything that you're going to see online. Be mindful again of, the information you're taking in, but still be in the awareness of knowing that all the things that are coming through right now on earth that is destructive or calamity, that it is what is coming forward that's necessary for the changes and the transformation that is happening, land and sea. Land and sea. Okay? How interesting the Jamaica, what you know? The Jamaica song playing Armageddon. There's no coincidences. Yeah, man. I don't want to play too low because I'm trying not to let them so-called monetizing. But you see, whatsoever man curse, Jah bless. You see? Because I declare it. Me never need no permission from anybody. Okay? I saw me stay. That's how I rock. That's how I roll. Okay? That's where power comes from. Okay? It could be 1,000 thoughts, 2,000 thoughts coming from someone. You choose. You choose. I said that to a sister today. Okay? I said that to a sister today when I told her, I said, you were a very high, not priestess, but it's like a primordial goddess. in that time, she had a specific bracelet that she had wearing, and she said it came from Ghana and it was very significant. But she said that, I don't remember the exact word she said, but she said that she didn't feel as if she should put herself out there with, I guess, the title or the connection to who she is in terms of her power. And so I was listening to her, and she was saying that because someone else told her she was not. And I stopped her right there and I said, well, guess what? It's not up to someone else that you allow to tell you who you are. The key is, even if you feel you don't want someone to know who you are because you're afraid that something can happen or so, that's the trigger for you to process and heal that part of yourself, in knowing that nothing or no one can take that power away from you. That's between you and Source Creator. Okay? And the way that you change that around and transmute it, because what it does, once you realize and say, self-realize and say, you know what, it's not up to someone else to tell me who I am or what powers or what connection I have to whoever I've been before. No matter what, even someone else could come and say, well, I'm so and so, and you say, well, I'm so and so too, because that's what was given to me, right? So the key though is, I could be just experiencing who I am, and that individual is an extension of that energy, and I show up. But does it make me stop saying who I am? No. I still stand strong with knowing who I am. Okay? So when I said what I said to her, she realized, I said, wow, thank you for that, because she didn't realize that she was holding herself back and she was staying stuck in a timeline where we need permission for someone to validate. And sometimes people go into fear. They sometimes go into fear when you declare who you are, because they're not in their space of knowing who they are, and they're afraid to express who they are. I believe I posted something like that on my in my Instagram and my Facebook, something to that effect, where it's so important to stay in your knowing, stay in your power, and even with what you know about yourself, that you don't have to dim yourself to make someone else feel comfortable, because they're not comfortable, because they don't know themselves. And sometimes for some people, when they talk about, oh, it's going to take a lifetime, then it'll take a lifetime for you. But now I'm in my now time, not next time, now time, like right now, like really, really, really right now. Okay? Because I feel it first before I see it. I don't feel like I have to see it and then I feel it. Okay? There's a difference between the two ways that you can choose to bring something into your outer reality. Regardless of what someone says, you can have 20 million people watching you. Okay? And I'm not saying this because I've had that experience, but I see and observe with other people where they address their life in, when someone is uncomfortable because you are strong with knowing who you are, and they're uncomfortable. And so sometimes they want you to squeeze around them and make them feel comfortable and all these type of things. And then you dim down back yourself and say, oh, let me wait until when they feel powerful and then I'll bring myself up. No. Do not wait. Do not wait. The time is now. The time is now. And the best action, the best course of action with that, when you're talking about it in an action-oriented space, is you just do it. Do something bold and brave. Do something you've never thought in 1,000,000 years or 1,000,000,000 years that you would ever do it. In some cases, you might wait and just do it. And then after it's done, you say, hey, look what I did, Or you can do it in silence. Not everything is going to be shown. Not everything's going to be, seen and heard. It's going to be felt. Like someone says, I know something's different about her. I don't know what it is. Yeah, quantum leaping. Quantum leaping is, again, it's not because you're looking at a set formula and set, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. That quantum leap is because you shifted with something in your thoughts. You shifted in something in consciousness. You shifted in something with your beliefs. You allowed yourself to let go of something that you're holding on tight to for dear life. because that's what you're comfortable with. That's what you're used to. That's what mommy and daddy did. That's what Pastor Johnson did. That's what your supervisor Sally Mae did. And I got to keep my job and my thing because blah, blah, blah. But I know that I have new ideas, new thoughts. I know that I am a powerful creator and I'm co-creating with divine source, right? With a reality that may not be or have ever been done before. It has never existed before. That's the new timeline elements we are creating. What we're going to do, keep waiting and waiting and watch everybody else doing the same repeating boring thing over and over again and think you're going to get a different result? What they call that? Insanity. Because that's why when I do readings with people and for people, I ask them, I say, how do you feel inside? If you know you're not feeling inside with something that you keep doing, what do you feel that is for you? That's the sign. That's your body. That's your soul speaking to you and saying, let's break these patterns. Let's break the cycle. Even if you are the cheese standing alone, making the change and doing something different, then so be it, so be it, so be it. Ashe, and so it is. See? One of the most grateful things that I could ever experience in my life is when I don't have to say anything and things get done. Me not have to say nothing at all. I don't even, like in Jamaica we say, oh, you just give them one look. I don't even have to do that. I just be. I just be. That's it. No, if you feel you can't read me by looking at me and feeling my energy, it's not time yet. But when I see you, see me, and I see you, and I feel your essence, and I feel your soul, and I feel your spirit, I feel your truth, I see you, I see the differences we have. Like you might have a different opinion, you might have a different thought. Does it mean that I'm not going to love you and want to connect? No. It's the meeting of minds and thoughts, and it's that energy that says, I love you for who you are. I understand your soul expression, but I'm still going to keep it real with who I am. See? And I know that you probably can get to experience something a little bit more if you, kind of connect with something more that you possibly can let go of. And then you might see what I see. And I might see something you see and say, oh shit, I never saw that. And then that's what sets us free. And you're not attaching to, oh, they're not seeing things properly. They don't see it, and I get it. And again, this message is for the real ones. I'm not talking about the ones where it's just hopelessness and there's nothing, but they still serve their purpose. Whether they're bots, robots, clones, whatever. Okay, they serve their purpose, and I'm talking about the reality, the realization of self. And the path I take for myself, through myself, that shows up through others, and the patterns and the behaviors and the feelings, the emotions, the mental, I bring it all together. I honor all the parts of myself in this expression. I'm in gratitude for what it shows me. I'm not learning lessons. I'm remembering myself. I am more aware of myself. I'm in awareness of myself. I'm in awareness of my reality. I am in awareness of others and their reality. I don't have to join them where they are. I see for the little glimpse and I'm gone. I don't stay there. Because when you stay in someone else's reality, because even though them have metaverse, people don't realize that you're still attaching to the metaverse because you're attaching to other people's realities in energy. That's the metaverse right there. You don't need to have the thing on top of your head. You're already connecting to other people's realities, and you don't understand that's the energy, how it lures you in. Very subtle. You see, it's a very subtle energy, and so that's why it's imperative to stay on a daily basis. Practice what it means to be in divine connection to yourself. Practice what it means to be in divine worship with yourself, connecting to source. I'm not talking about worshiping where you're going on your knees and praying. I'm talking about the divine worship where you're honoring you, you're honoring yourself, you're honoring your time, you're taking time out for even 30 minutes a day. You're relaxing. You're shifting the energy. You're moving your body and going to another location. You're not just staying in one space all the time. You're moving the body around. You're taking in the prana, as one would say. You're taking steps and moving in action. You're also practicing to sit back and lay back. You know how challenging that was for me to just sit back and just be still and don't do nothing and just that was a challenge. So usually what happens when you don't practice staying still and being still, doing nothing at all, spirit is gonna bring an illness to you, a car crash, lose your job, something. So you practice being still as well. Being still. Being in your space where you are able to hear what that feeling of connection really is. Whether your eyes are open or whether your eyes are closed. Where you have that ability to process the experience. Being still, even if you're in a crowd. Where you're able to be separated and connected. And you're at peace with what's shown to you. And if you don't understand what's being shown to you, if it looks confusing, then just sit back and say, you know what? Can you just show me, Spirit? Just show me what you're trying to show me. I'm choosing to be at peace. I'm choosing to have clarity. Thank you. It will happen. You do not have to be confused. There's no law or something that says you're supposed to be confused. You're supposed to be this and that's the way. You don't have to be. It could be as simple as you choose for it to be. Okay, very, very simple. Okay, it's like really entering that space like a childlike presence. Okay, innocent, loving, magical, free, unknown. I'm gonna take a chance. I'm gonna really take a chance. Children are very dear. Like, I'm gonna really take a chance. I'm gonna do something dangerous and outrageous for myself. Not in a way where I'm gonna hurt myself. Okay, I'm talking about taking the step to do something you've never done before. You've always wanted to do it. You feel like it's gonna take you to the next level. You might be afraid of what your boss might say if you just say, you know what, I want to promote myself. I want to do this, have this responsibility and make more money, or I'm doing this job and I should get a raise. I should get more money. But what if I say something and I lose my job? Work on that self-confidence. Greetings, LA. I remember you. Long time. Long time. So you see, that's where your true power is gonna come in. Okay? When in the moment of what appears as conflict, that you have the ability to recognize that you're going to step past that fear and you're going to take that step. And when you take that step, you have no expectations. You're not attached to it. You're not in fear of the outcome. But no matter what, because in your heart, it's right for you. But you have no expectations because you're allowing the element of surprise to come into your space, to come into your reality. You see? That's the difference. And when you stay in that space constantly till it becomes a habit, where you don't even have to think twice about it. You don't have to get validation. What else again? You're not even focused on it because when they say that the time when you usually have something show up in your reality, when it finally shows itself, is what? Let me see if you guys know how does it show up for you? When do you feel is the most crucial moment when it shows up in your reality because you did what? Please type that in the chat and let me know when you have thought about something that you want to be in a specific space, and then such and such happened, and then that's when it happened. What did you do? What did you do? You said like getting married. What was I saying when you mentioning like getting married? What was I referring to? You talking about just tell me what was I saying when you wrote is that Ale like getting married? I missed you too. I thought about you guys a lot. I had to keep working on myself. Yeah, I had to take care of my body. I had to work on my healing. I had two oral surgeries on the left side of my mouth, feminine, and the right side, masculine. Mm-hmm. And then I had to also work through my intestinal issues too, digestion and navigating through what I can eat, what I don't want to eat, what, not necessarily the specifics of what I eat, but even if something had a certain ingredient in it, if it's too much pepper or, I don't eat anything with, I don't eat like sugar anymore. And I don't eat any frozen foods. I haven't eaten frozen foods in years, but I'm just telling you how much more of a transformation I've made. And, and then I also, allowed myself to look up certain things that I can take so that way my body is not, because I was overstimulating my immune system. So my body was responding to being overly stimulated by certain things that I eat. And then it triggered this burning in my lower intestine. And it was just awful. And I was nervous too. And I was like, oh my God, what is happening? And it was uncomfortable, you know. And so I really have been getting reacquainted with my body, and I'm still doing my fasting. I did alternate day fasting since June 1st, so I'll be finishing my 30-day mark with it. I'm going to weigh myself on Monday, but I have felt the difference with doing the true. I thought I was doing the alternate day fasting before, but I wasn't doing it the true way. I was doing it like 24 hours, or I did it and I didn't know it was actually every 36 hours. And it took a lot for me to, uh, to start it and to process it, because that means I'm only eating every other day. And so with eating every other day, that means that I had to be disciplined. I had to allow myself to honor the food that I'm eating, and paying attention to the timing of, the window of time that I'm eating and the window of time that I'm not, and the energy I have. And then also um it allowed things to adjust also energetically with my body too. And I can't drink like only the alkaline water, because my body's just used to drinking that. I drink pure apple juice, just pure apple juice, the pure one, not the concentrate. Like I can't drink things that are, mixed stuff and all that kind of stuff, you know. And most of the foods that I eat, like, I love my ackee sawfish, my kalalo, my banana, my porridge, and still practicing to eat slower, you see. So even that too. um what else again? And so I feel better. I feel better. And so this North Node, this Taurus, ah, it had me really, really working on myself, working on my health, my body, also reestablishing my relationship with money and other things too as well. Um, what else again? Also receiving support, with whoever it is that want to support me, and what I let go with that, and what I bring forward. And I also had a sort of it's not a battle, but then again, maybe it was. And it had to do with, when I provide assistance to others. And I feel like when there was times when, if I'm giving someone a reading and they don't want to hear what I have to say and they get triggered, and then sometimes I would hold back and I say so, because I could already feel in the energy when I'm talking to you, or whether it's a chat, session, whatever, I can feel in the energy when you're going to be resistant. And so she was talking to me on the phone, and she was validating everything I said to her. And she actually gave me a bad review because she said that I talk too much and I did not give an opportunity to talk. And that, whatever she said, with that part. And I was like, okay, this is happening again. Right? Not in terms of her saying that I talk too much, because I know I talk a lot. Everybody know that. So that don't bother me. And that's how I was created. And so thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you. You said I look good. Yeah, it's like that thing with, I'm going to go back to what I said, but that thing with the teeth. And I had a tooth pulled too. Oh my God. Even Charlize had to get dental work done too. And then I read that something was going on with Taurus, Jupiter, and when Jupiter went into Taurus and the sun was in Taurus, it had to do with things to do with pulling your teeth or something to do with your teeth. I was like, oh gosh. So I couldn't even talk, even if I wanted to. So anyway, so I'm going to speak cryptically because I don't know who's listening, because sometimes some people, they don't really know when you're talking something and they get the gist of she's talking, she's expressing. Sometimes people want to use things against you. Not that I feel that someone will, but I also have to use wisdom. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, so the person left the bad review, and what it did, it brought down the rating. And I said, and before I wouldn't do anything or say anything in the past. And this time I was like, you know what? I was like, fuck this shit. I said it to myself. I said, I'm going to take my power back. And I said, this was something that happened in other timelines where someone was disrespecting or allowed myself to be disrespected by someone who was not taking accountability for their healing. And the way they're listening is they're only listening just to what they feel they want to hear. So we weren't even in the same dimension. Okay. And so how I took my power back is I was guided by spirit to offer for anyone who wanted to experience a session with me that if they felt in their heart that I've helped them in the past, please, if they could leave me what you call it, what's that word again? Feedback and how they felt, and I will give them future, time, whatever, for them to help them. And so the company that I was working with, that someone, I felt it was coming anyway, someone hated and sort of like reported, right? But even though, this is the thing what I'm talking about, because I'm giving you a real life situation here. I'm not going to talk stuff and then talk like, and then I'm not giving you a real life situation. How does Sharon transmit? How does she really process the things that she's experiencing, right? Let's keep it real. And so I said to myself, I know in my heart I had the best intentions for this individual. This is not somebody that I knew, okay? Because I have two separate ways that I do readings. I have my private readings, and I have the ones that I do on Keen, which still connects to my my website, right? The website. And so I decided I was going to take my power back by offering what I was going to offer with the purest of intention. And it's a different type of manipulation, because what I was doing, actually, Spirit wanted me to put myself back out there anyway, for people to have an opportunity for whatever they needed to hear in a message, whatever needed to happen. Okay? Because the way how they made that system is where it's just like you have a buyer and a consumer, that the consumer is always right. And if you are the buyer, that you're supposed to just take shit from consumers. No, let's balance this out. If you know you act like a real fucked up individual and you don't take accountability for yourself, and you want to try to ruin someone because you want to badmouth them because you don't want to heal yourself, we don't have to accept that any longer. We don't have to put up with it any longer. It's time to speak up, or if you don't speak up, you take some type of action and correct the energy so it doesn't repeat itself again. And that's what I decided to do. And so I heard Spirit say, do that. And I was like, I felt like I felt like someone was probably going to not like that, because I felt like somebody was probably going to be like, why all of a sudden she's sending, because I never sent out, emails before. The thing is, I didn't know that the email was going to go out to every single person, even other readers. So this individual that I had gotten a reading from back, oh my God, it must have been like 15 years ago. She sent me a message laughing at me saying, oh, all of a sudden you're saying it. And I said, ooh, you show yourself hating, huh? So I said to myself, I'm not going to respond to her because, again, I knew what my intentions were. My intention was I'm reversing the curse. I'm shifting the energy back to where I'm going to do whatever I needed to do to raise back the vibration because I know my value. And so what ended up happening is people were calling me like crazy, and I was just watching to see what would happen because the way the system is set up is you could have 100 of a 5-star rating, and all it takes is one person to give you the 1 star, and then it pulls it down. Tell me, how is that balance? That's not balance. And I've complained to them about that. Okay, I've said that to them, and they're like, "Oh, it's the algorithm." I'm tired of hearing people talk. "Oh, it's the algorithm. Oh, the algorithm did this. Oh, please." And you know what? I truly believe that there's some things that we can do to change the algorithm, and there's some things where I'm just going to leave it alone. And then I may do something, and I may not, because I believe that also things should come in a space of where it's authentic, and also it should come in a space of where it's moving in its timing of what it's supposed to be, and that is going to come through authentic, where there's where it's going to happen, and that no one can stop you. No one can change, even with YouTube, because I haven't been doing lives as much or whatever, they unsubscribe some people too, or some people unsubscribe, whatever the case may be. Same thing with Instagram. They'll do these things, it's a manipulation. And people will say, oh, they're going to buy followers. I'm not going to do that. That shit is fake to me. That's fake to me. And I'm not going to go there with that. So in the end, what happened, I was in the race, and as I'm racing, not against time, but I'm racing towards the goal of where I am in my power and snatch my power back, because I wasn't going to allow the system or someone that is using the system, whether unconsciously or unconsciously, to try to bring me down. And it's hurting me in a sense, because when the rating goes down, that means I'm not going to be visible to be out there for anyone to see me. Okay. So when I did that, it took about 8 or 9 people that benefited from having a session with me, and the score went back up. And then I heard Spirit say, well done. And so I was proud of myself for what I did. Of course, I couldn't do it again because they sent me an email. Oh, you're not supposed to do that. Nah, nah, nah. And out of the kindness of my heart, I was helping other, especially females that were going through womb issues, and they don't want you to recommend. And I'm like, if I'm doing a session for you and Spirit is guiding me to, I'm not going to hold back and not tell you, because that's your rules. Who cares? But you see the reason why, because they don't want other people going outside of what they want to make money off it. See, that's what I'm talking about when we work in that space of who we're connecting to or what we're connecting to with whoever we need to connect to. In the meantime, not lose integrity in the process, but do what you have to do to come into alignment with your power, what you're choosing to experience, what you're expecting to get, right? And the outcome with it. And so what ended up happening, it came back into a balance for me. Okay? It came back into a balance for me. So even though now the system, now this is what I did to start that individual block turn. I was like, okay, that's it. You had your chance, your opportunity. I'm not going to have anybody shitting on me. The system now, with the email they sent to me, they were like, well, we're going to delete all the emails that you sent out, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, because whatever I knew I did what I was supposed to do, and I got the results, and the circumstances shifted in energy, because they don't know that I'm working on energy here from something that happened in past lives. Do you think I concerned myself with that? No, because I stayed focused on what was happening for what I needed to do for me. Because you see, it didn't feel right. It didn't feel right that something repeated itself to that one. And I was in my happy space that night. And this one woman called, never called before. And then and I was like, wow. Because when you elevate, you're going to attract something in that shadow that's still there, that wound. And so it showed up. And then I snatched back my power. I did what I had to do. I was at peace with it. And then when the company sent me the email, talking about blah, 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 just went through one ear and come right out the other, And then I was like, this is some bullshit, whatever. And guess what happened? The next day, I still got more phone calls. And not only that, even people who didn't even get the email, they left me beautiful testimonies of how I was able to help them. Because I tell them, I said, if I do a reading for you, I'm not going to tell you things on the surface. I'm going to guide you to what you are going to be led to hear from spirit, okay? Whether spirit, the Holy Spirit, source creator, your higher self. And I'm going to give you the tools to what's being shown because I have the ability to read the energy in what you're experiencing now, how it may connect to you with someone else if it's a twin soul path, or the element of a specific experience that you're having, and that and whatever is repeating in that pattern, and I'm going to give you the information for what you need to do. But if you're not open to that, then you're going to stay stuck in that same repeating pattern over and over and over again. But if you don't want to hear the truth, don't contact me. If you see what I wrote on that site and they write, oh, when you are attracting customers, don't write in bold letters because it comes across like you're shouting at them. Do you think Sharon changed that? Absolutely not. No, she did not. Before, she had it minimized. And then when I realized, you know what? I don't usually do disclosures. I say, raise your hand. Has anyone ever hear me say, oh, so just for disclosure, I'm going to tell you this, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't have time for that. If you feel that you came right into the middle of the live and you jump to conclusions and you don't even know what I said before, you didn't go from the beginning, and then if I go even better than that, if you haven't been following me from 2015 when I started in my fear, when I was pushed by spirit to go live on YouTube, I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if I can do this. What are people going to say? She's arrived. She's arrived. So even though the company tried to pull me back down and think I was going to bend or go into fear, I let go and I was still blessed. The woman who, whatever she wrote, she's still gonna have to deal with what she has to deal with. Whatever she felt triggered by, and it's not my problem. So I worked through that part of myself where I have had enough patience with whomever, however it flows for me in what I give. And then at the same time, I am grateful, eternally grateful for those who have benefited in so many ways, because that brings me joy. If it didn't bring me joy, I wouldn't keep doing it. But it brings me joy when I know that I've told you something that is not, that's not Sharon. You're looking at the vessel, you're looking at the avatar, you hear the name. But guess what? When you can feel and know that you're receiving something, and we give thanks for what we receive, and I'm grateful for each and every one of you that's staying up until what? It's like 3:45 in the morning, 3:43 a.m. And I know that you have benefited for yourself, and then I know I've benefited for me. I am grateful, okay? And that I've stayed strong in what I'm grateful for, and that even in the most uncomfortable places that we may be, because it's in the uncomfortable places is where we have the greatest transformation of self, okay? In the moments of when we get a message or we get something that feels like it's going against us, or something that feels like it's trying to attack you, or something that feels like it doesn't want you to be here, or something that feels like it goes against you. That's a gift. That's the gift. And we have to recognize it. It's not an enemy. So you could be going up against 500 people, different companies. Even an issue that I have with my light and gas company, and I'm like, I said, damn, I'm back to square one again. I said, okay, I'm going to deal with it, because that's the entity, that is the structure. And I blasted out the man on the phone, because I said to him, I said, you know, y'all are just nothing but a bunch of crooks. Okay? I said, you don't look out for the people. Y'all look out for yourselves. I said, when I know I read something and I hear something, I absorb it at the moment and I know what I see in here. And then when you're going to come and tell me something because you don't want me, you want me to bow down and I'm supposed to be in fear, like, oh my God, you're going to cut me off, or oh my God, I'm going to accept what you said because you're the boss, because you're the big company. Well, let me tell you something. If you know you're in a position where you know something is not right and you know it's going to affect you, it's going to affect your community, it's going to affect your children, you rebuke it at that moment. You cut that energy. That's the alchemy. Not something you're going to read in a book or what somebody posted. So people who keep talking about, oh, you ain't doing this, you ain't doing shit, shut up. I'm going to say it like that. Shut up. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Pay attention to what's going on in your outer physical reality. That is what we are shifting in the region where you are. It could travel from where you are all the way to what we call Timbuktu, but it's still something that's happening. It's still something that you're participating in, that's shifting and transmuting. You represent the cornerstone that was been rejected, what has been built on a solid rock. Okay? That even if you don't have anything left, you are still the winner. You are still the winner. You are the one that is creating the path of righteousness. You're creating the path of justice. You're recreating the path of what comes into a full circle where all the ancestors have left and come over and over and over again. How much time? I don't want to go through this. I know I'm done. And I'm choosing to experience what I've wanted to experience by the feeling mechanism of it. Not, oh, I'm going to die and come back again. And, I'm just going to look from another dimension. No, because I choose to experience what I know. And I choose to honor and enjoy what I know of myself. That even if it doesn't look like as if it can work or how other people in society think what this is supposed to look like, because you're creating the new. So don't look for validation or how it's supposed to look at the crazy, because this is what it takes. This is what it takes. This is what it takes. What it's like when I know I have cases to work on, this to do, someone's waiting on me for this, and I say, you know what? I'm going to go to the park and go for a walk for 30, 40 minutes and just take in the prana, and I'm going to move my body. I'm going to keep it in energy and action, and I feel good. And I'm going to drive 30 minutes away from my, even though I can walk in a neighborhood, but I choose to walk in open space and open land. I choose to feel free. I choose to go where my spirit leads me to, and then I may come back. I may take a nap, wake up, then start again. And I just stay in that flow. There could be something exciting going on over there with that, and this and that, whatnot. I could be hearing other people's stories, but I don't choose to take in other people's stories. I don't. I choose to pay attention, to what my body, mind, and soul is conveying to me every moment. Whether conscious or unconscious, because I'm not going to think every single minute, oh, I'm going through this, I'm doing that, da-da-da. No. Flow. If you have an issue with going with flow, what that means, set a tub of water or go to the beach, go in water, and sit in the water and let it flow through you. Just let it flow. Let it flow. That's how you're able to practice being in flow. And even if you say, but I'm in flow, Sharon, I have this happening for me and that happening for me. Okay. Then think about, because there's always another layer. Think about, where have you been in resistance to something that you're creating, right? And here's another tricky thing too, because mastering self is no joke. I can tell you that, because spirit can have you go one way, right, with something that you're creating, and then they'll be like, no, can't do it this way, this is not the highest. And then next thing you know, you're like, oh, but I really feel like I could do this with that. And then all of a sudden you're breaking the rule again. And they're like, well, because we want you to experience this over this and again with that. And I'm like, but you told me. Can you stay present in that moment? That's what they're getting you to practice it, like without thinking about it. Okay, it's like breathing. You're not thinking about breathing. You're just breathing, right? Who here thinks about breathing like, oh my God, I'm breathing air right now? I mean, we're not talking about the air that may be toxic at times. We're just talking about just breathing. When you're breathing and you fall asleep, you're just breathing. You're not thinking that you're breathing. You're not in any conscious place where you're saying, hey, I'm breathing over here. No, you're just breathing. So in the space of creation, you're creating and you're allowing your higher self to flow through your physical avatar with its creating, with its creating, with its creating, with its power in what it's creating, and its power in how you are being creative. So it's the adjective, the noun, and it's the verb. Okay? It's all of the above. I am a creator. I am a co-creator of the divine. And through the part of myself that chooses to create, to take that action in the present, right? The verb, what is in action. And then as I see the possibilities that are endless in how I am creating and what I'm creating, I know that it is done. Because my thought is, I know what I choose, not want. Well, I know what I choose, not think, not hope. I know what I choose. Because remember, the words and all these stuff was used to trick. So that way we dim the energy down, that we are not standing in the power of the energy, as Source says, the energy, and who we are in the energy itself. Because Source says, I am the energy. I move and I'm still. I move and I'm still. I'm left and I'm right. I'm wrong and I'm right. I'm not wrong and I'm not right. I am all of it. Can you be in that space like that? Where it's not staying, because the energy of Source can't stay still anyway. And it is still. It's both. It's both. You see? So when you're really getting to know yourself, that's how you're getting to know yourself. That's the true getting to know yourself. You're getting to know yourself because you're in the physical avatar and you're no longer being trapped into the illusions only of what you're experiencing or what you saw your parents did or how they did, but you're able to transcend through all of that and recreate the possibilities of what you can bring forward. See? With effort and effortless. Okay? With action and no action. Through the heart and from the mind. From the mind to the heart. Keep navigating. Try not to stay stuck. Try not to stay stuck in one thought, in one process. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Anything that comes to say, oh, where did this come from? Oh, where did that come from? Okay, I don't know where it come from. It's okay. Okay? It's okay if you don't know where something come from. Because it's in the unknown is also where lies the deepest treasures. You know? The unknown and not knowing. You see, because the massa and as we say, Babylon makes you believe that you're supposed to try to replicate and make something in a space where you're comfortable, because then if you're not going according to nature, which is also the fact that you planted a seed and you know that the water is going to come to water that seed. The sun is going to shine through. Something's going to shine through in parts of yourself where the darkness is, right? Scorpio, the darkness, taking you beneath, deep, deep, deep. Keep taking you real deep, right? The deepest part of earth where it's never ending, and the deepest part of the ocean that's never ending. See? So whether you look at yourself in what level you're at, or what, game you're beating, so on and so forth. And then as you allow the sun to shine through you and towards you, you bloom. And you're not going to keep going back to look at the seed that you planted in the ground over and over again. You're going to allow it to what? To flow and to grow and to grow and evolve. So therefore, as you are working through the reality that you're creating in manifestation, again, it's all these different elements as I described to you. It's all of it. But not when you're in that space where you are focused on just the external aspect of it, but you're constantly connecting to the inner feeling every day. And it's practiced, like I said, again, you're not focused on breathing, but the heart is always in connectivity with you, and it's speaking, and it's going to be speaking louder and louder, because the heart of source, especially on the earth, is getting stronger and stronger. What they were mentioning, the Schumann resonance. And even today, again, my iPod had shut down, couldn't get it to turn on. Things was going on back and forth, trying to post something on the community board in YouTube. It wouldn't go through. It kept giving me these error messages. And I was like, okay, I know something energetically is happening. So this is about matching this energy on Earth, matching this energy in the cosmic sense as well. It's both realities moving together. So this is the true marriage of the spirit and the physical matter. This is what's moving now in cycles of rapid this is the time of rapid ascension. It's rapid, and it's the ability to feel and know. No Aquarius, feel Cancer. No Aquarius, feel Cancer. I feel this. I feel like I want to protect myself from this space of where it's new for me in my mind, and how things have been taught to me, and the structures and the beliefs, and I plant the seed of myself on the new earth, and who I am. Like I told my son today, I said, I'm the GOAT. I was climbing up, and I got that case paid. I don't know how much I paid, but just the fact that I got it paid. 1 day to service. I got it done. I wasn't fighting anymore. And sometimes we do have to fight. And sometimes we fight and we don't fight. And then we don't give up. And we know the right timing is coming. But guess what? The timing of things now is speeding up so rapidly that, I believe it's called the Tesla, the energy of Tesla, the 369. And so, when we think about that free energy is connecting to us and through us, right? And as we are moving through all the divide and conquer and the splits, and this one, that one said, and all the things that has not served the purpose on the earth, from the things that happened to our children, the white supremacy, the ones in our tribes that went against the other, the elements of people who committed suicide and monstrosities, the men that are beating up the women who are taking advantage of men, the women that create jackets, they baby fathers, and the list goes on and on. The pesticides and things that they're doing to the plants and things, because this one trying to do this against humanity in terms of what we eat, because they think they can stop the process. Nothing can stop the process. It's still going to unfold itself, and it's going to show its ugliness. The ugliness of what you see going on out there is the ugliness that is within the consciousness of humanity. It has allowed itself to be on this plane, right? In dimensional spaces. Remember, things don't start from the physical, sweethearts. Oh no. It started from energy first. That's what I tell people when they call me for reading. I said, let's look at the energy, and then we're going to look at the physical. We're going to look at the energy first, because that's what I read. I read energy, that which we cannot see, but I can feel it, and I get visuals, and I also hear audibly. And we have to this is what I'm going to say, have to get into the practice of how we connect to energy, because that's the navigational system. That is the part of ourselves that we were given that within the DNA. It's within your DNA. You have to activate that, and you got to come into the alignment with source, with how the so-called, what they call the event, the plasma event, what's coming through the central sun, and that connectivity to the central sun is where the divine codes are really going to come in. The real codes, the real parts of yourself where you're activating that higher aspect of self, and the blueprint to what is being created on earth. Earth itself is going through her transformation very strongly and fast. The tsunamis, the earthquakes, the earth swallowing up, the sea levels, okay, lands that are going to be dissipating, because she has to also break up a lot of the aspect of herself as well that is no longer serving her. She has to split up those parts of herself, and then she's rebuilding. That's why all the different lands are resurfacing, and you're gonna find where certain species are gonna start to show themselves that never existed. I already had a dream about flying. I mean, not flying, but these huge dolphins, big. This was years ago. I had that dream. Just different species that existed that they never had a name for it, or you never heard of it, or things that we've heard of, but they're like, oh, stop, it's just a fantasy, like the fairies and the unicorns and all these things. They're here. The mermaids, the mermans, it's all these different faction of things is coming through into this reality. So we're at this time having to keep preparing our hearts in what's coming together. We're also in the space of divine unions that are coming into this physical reality. And when I say divine unions, I'm talking the union of self as well as whoever you're connected to, depending on where you are in that timeline. It's not subjected to, I'm going to be perfect before this happens. No, it's not that. It has to do with source's divine timing as well. And again, that energy in how it comes through, what spirit shows is that it's going to be like literally the end game, like what I've said before. So in other words, that preparation, it's like the virgin lamps and the oil, that preparation itself is where, again, it's the pairs that come in as the builders. Okay, we're rebuilding the energy. We are bringing in the higher consciousness of love. We are demonstrating a higher consciousness of love. Remember that you're experiencing or have experienced things of the past, so you can highlight the things that we had to look at, that has to transmute, that has to come together, so that way that's what we're building on, that solid rock. Ooh. Oh my gosh, I dropped the phone. We're building on that solid rock, that solid foundation itself, right? And this way now, it's not going to fall apart anymore. So that's why whenever I do sessions with people and they're like, oh, are we going to get back together? And I said, focus also, know in your heart that you are, but also focus on what you are doing for yourself and how you're connecting to your reality with the people around you. If you're in separation, what you call separation, where you are paying attention to your reality in what you're bringing together. And in that space, you're also allowing the energies to balance itself out on all sides, between it's not just you and who you're connected to, but their family and your family. Pay attention to the changes that you're seeing with your family, whether you're with around them or not, because it's not subjected to what you see. Okay, because they're assisting you too, because remember, it's the tree itself is planted in the root. Okay, it's planted in the root, and in the root in of self of that tree, remember, we have the branches of the tree that is also connecting to itself. And what we're doing is we're releasing the corrupted aspects of the trees. Okay, either releasing or transmuting or integrating those branches of the trees that need to come together. And if it's meant to where nothing can be done, then it's going to just wither away and die, like what Yeshua said. He cursed the tree and said, well, you know what, you don't really serve any purpose, so it's time for you to go. And that's what's going to be happening, and we're going to continue to be in flow. Okay, there are just certain energies that are just not going to survive because it's not matching us, and it's not matching anything else. Even your car will break down. If your car is breaking down, if you're losing certain jewelry, if your hair is falling out, or you're something else going on, it's not matching, and it's working its way to matching your frequency. So if you're doing lives, or if you're on the internet, and all of a sudden it keeps breaking and stuff and shutting down and all that stuff, it's not because somebody's doing something. It's because your energy is vibrating stronger and stronger, and it's moving into the same frequency of where the planet is. So therefore, that's the reason why certain things are constantly being upgraded and upgraded, because you're moving through the space of what's being upgraded, and it's having to match that frequency. You might be led to go to another land, and that land might be so corrupted, so messed up, and you are the one that was ordained through source to go to that specific location, transmute whatever's going on, and you might be getting up and going somewhere else. You might be in the same space where you are. So remember, it's not one set formula. Not one set formula applies to everyone. So when people talking about get up and leave where you are because this happened here, it doesn't apply to everyone. It doesn't apply to everyone. That's why you must practice to be centered and listen to what spirit is guiding you to be and to do. That's what's important. That's what's imperative. Okay? Because then if you're too busy following what somebody else's story is, then you're going to get locked into their story, and then you don't get anywhere. And you just create more confusion in your reality, because you're not staying in your lane, and you're not listening to your inner guidance. And that's what source is bringing out and up, is practicing to stay centered and listening to your inner guidance every day, even if it changed tomorrow. Are you willing to listen? Source saying, you know what, don't go this place today because you might be protected from a car accident. Or you feel this nudge, go here because this is an opportunity for you. Something's coming through for you. Are you going to go? Are you going to go? That's what. So the more you practice that, then the more it starts to come online. It comes on that new grid, that new frequency, the new timeline. It's adjusting itself. Okay? That's that communication. It's on board now. It's on board now. You're connecting. You're connecting. True love returns to your space and your reality because you're connecting. You're connecting. You are becoming more and more connected as you are connecting. Okay? And as you're practicing it daily, not when you're thinking about it, you're not trying to make it logical. Okay? You're not trying to make it make sense. Of course, you can make it make dollars, but you're not making it make sense. You are being in the flow of where you're being guided to, and that even if it looks crazy, or even if someone or something goes against it, or it's crazy, or nobody's ever heard of this before, or nobody's heard about twin flame or twin soul, it's none of them business. This is your business with source. This is your relationship with source. Eventually the whole world will know, even more so. And it's not going to be the cliche or the toxic element of the description of what the twin pairs are about. This is about the true essence of the glory of the divine in masculine and feminine form, and the third energy that is also in the midst. Okay, this is where in each region of tribal lands, everything becomes restored and moves into the space of integrity. So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if and when the time comes, as you are coming into the space of physical reunion, you're going to see signs, messages. You're going to have more dreams coming in. It might have been silent for a while. And then what it means is that it may be happening, and it is going to happen during the chaos. It not necessarily happen because the whole world has come together and everything's in joy. No, it's going to keep going through its course. And so remember, source has a way of saying, okay, this region over here where you're at is falling apart. So I'm going to bring the pairs together now because they're going to hold that vibration. And those who are leaving off of the land, whether they're transitioning or they're leaving physically, going to another location, that's okay. Because the creator, our creator, knows the formula to everything, to what is taking place. So we have free will, but source's will, it supersedes that. So being obedient to spirit doesn't mean you're losing your way. Being obedient to spirit means you have found your way. That means you know that you're protected. You know that you're guided. You know that the will of the divine brings things together as it pulls apart, and that is the blueprint. That is the formula, the chaos energy. And that anything and all things will always be provided for you at all times, okay, in magical and beautiful ways. The more open you are, the more you receive. The more you create your boundaries, the more space that you create for what comes in to your reality, where you don't have to be in fear of being vulnerable to what you receive. So open your heart to love. Open your heart to what's refreshing now, and not just base what happened with you and your beloved in the past. The past is what also recreates the future, but it can only do that when you also remain more present than you do in the past. We may go into the past to review, and as you review, you take the data, you analyze it, you apply it to the current situation, the current timeline, and then you progress, give thanks, and you move forward. And you wait, you relate, you have fun and joy with it too. Do that, especially. You don't have to be sad all the time with it. You could be angry with it, and then you go right back into the joy element with it too as well. Because this is what is alchemy is being able to bring in the energy, all of the energy together. And then you get to the point where you're mostly in joy. You're mostly in joy. They say joy is the infallible presence of God, right? And I can tell you, I've been more in joy than I have been in sadness. You could see it on my face. You could feel it in your heart, right? And the way I've been with it is because, guess what? In my house with my children, we troll and laugh all day. I still cuss them. I still have to tell my 25-year-old to clean up in room and all the things. That doesn't change. I'm still a mom. I'm still a mom, and it doesn't matter about whether or not it should be on their own or something. Because see, that's the thing with most people. They think that the tribe is where it's time to get out and get rid. But now it's about what we're bringing together. What is the true essence of family? Work on the family within you. I already know that my family, which I've considered my immediate children, I've had to go through deep work with my children, okay? Processing, feeling dishonored as a mom, and ungratefulness, and then also I've had the periods of joy too, times when I've yelled and screamed and like fuck this and cussed them off. Okay, and then I go right back into laughing again, with them or without them. Same thing. We go places together, we do things together, we watch movies together sometimes we don't. Sometimes we go in separate places. You know what I mean? And I have conscious conversations with my children. I don't hide anything from my children. I was telling them everything I was experiencing with my health and all that stuff. I was going to do the same thing like my mother and my grandmother's, where everything's a secret and we don't want anybody, blah, blah, blah. No, I tell them what is going on. They tell me what's going on. I talk to them about their sexuality, sex, this and that, how when it comes to energy, who they're connecting to, what they're reflecting, connecting to me as their mother. And when I say, and I joke about it, we joke around it too. We laugh and joke about things too. That's what we're doing. We're laughing as well. It doesn't always have to be serious. Okay? When I say, I'll tell you, if you come around us, you will laugh till you crack, till you, what they call it, belly bust. Okay? You just it just that's the way it is, because it's the energy that emits through us. Okay, and that's what pierces through the darkness, and that's what pierces through the density. So my Instagram is about to cut off, so it's okay. So it's already 4 hours, but I'm gonna be wrapping it up. So anyway, let's just take a deep breath, and grateful for the joy that's returned to our hearts, what family means. I'm grateful for us coming back to the form of tribe and connection, that we're able to pinpoint and realize where we disconnect from one another. When I recognize, even with my second oldest son, where his grandmother, she was, she's facing a specific illness, and I guided him on something he can do, and he was getting upset and saying, I shouldn't have to do that because we don't want to compromise ourselves at the same time. And I said, yeah, but also at the same time, we want to reverse the cycle of how we did things. So I placed the energy of how we heal the past. His dad transitioned to the other side. And so the pain that his father had, and how it connected to me, because I conceived a child through him, which is my blessed son David. Almost got rid of him, but I didn't. I knew there were forces or something was trying to get me, and I didn't. And so I had him, and he's a blessing to me, and he's also a pain in the ass. But guess what? He is evolved, and he's grown to be a man. He's turning, I don't want to call his age, but it's very significant. He's turning this year, and his son is in Cancer also. Okay, and so they have given me the strength. My sons, I have 4 young men, and boy, I tell you, talk about testing, 1, 2, 3. And so there have been times when I ended up separating and pulling away from him too. Oh yeah, and where he had disrespected and dishonored me too. This was like just a month or 2 ago, not that far long ago, because the energy is gonna come in and out. It flows with love, and then I gotta pull back and like, no. And when he came back over the house, I was still in my happy space. I didn't reject him and say, none of that. And I didn't speak any words. Hug. We talk about other things. I wasn't ignoring anything that happened before, because I knew in my heart he realized something more for himself. And as a mom, I stepped back. I said what I had to say to him. And then he was in his feelings, because Cancer, they can get into their, nothing negative against Cancer, he has to get into his feelings, and he has to process it. So I allowed him to process it. And I knew also, whatever I was processing with him as his mother, it hurt, it was painful, but I knew I had to be in that space of accepting it, because I'm working through the energies connecting to my divine masculine, because my children are a reflection of me and my divine masculine, both of us at the same time. So I worked through it still, even now. And then what happened? We end up coming back on top again. And that unconditional love is there, but at the same time, I'm honoring myself. And at the same time, I know that there is that growth. And then it so happened, Spirit has a very funny way, sense of humor, off the chain. I'm driving, going to this mall out in Jersey, and my son calls me up, saying what I'm talking about. And his neighbor happened to walk by, and he's introducing me to his neighbor. And all of a sudden, I started telling his neighbor who he is. Like I was reading from him. That happens sometimes. I'll be just like, yeah, so you're so. He's like, yes. Oh, oh my God. He's like, your mom is dope. You have a mom like that? What? He was like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I feel my whole heart just opening up. Oh my God, she's so connected. And I'm driving and talking to everybody. And so I could hear and feel my son in the background smiling. So you see, Source has a way, without you saying anything, that an experience is going to be created where, because you still keep valuing yourself, that your children or whoever it is that you're connecting to is going to value you more, because sometimes it takes someone else or something else that's going to appear, that's going to assist you. See? And it was effortless. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to say anything. Okay? And I stayed in my space of my internal joy. And I was busy too anyway. So you think I'm gonna focus like, oh, you're too fresh, you're too this, that, blah, 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 blah. And I ended up having my daughter-in-law over for the weekend with my granddaughter, and I was helping them to process their pain with what she was experiencing with my son. And something that happened with my granddaughter, how my son rejected her and how it made her feel. And I was pissed because she's only 6. And I didn't want the patterns to repeat itself through my second generational daughter. But I knew at the same time he had to go through his motions. And at the same time, I was not choosing sides. And at the same time, I was still honoring myself and assisting my daughter-in-law to be able to process what she was experiencing with my son. So even though my son is my flesh and blood, you think I'm going to just put up with any? No. Okay? That's how it works. And this is, I think it was 2 months ago story, because when it was Mother's Day weekend, oh my God, that energy was so intense and it felt very like, it didn't feel as joyful as I, and I'm okay with it, because again, we have to keep processing the shadow. So bear in mind that Venus is in her shadow all the way to October. And that shadow means that we're going to be reviewing where we have not gone wrong, where we have met ourselves in one, where we have also been in our own toxicity, as you may call it, our own space of manipulation or putting ourselves down, and self-value, self-worth, not being able to be in our true expression of self, in the feminine version, the feminine form, how we were subjected to being judged as well. And, what the views are when it comes to being a mother, being a lover, and, it's just so many different things. And when it comes to Leo, the Leo expression of the feminine is passion, power, purpose, love. And she's just like invigorating, and I can feel that there's creativity involved, and she's ruling from her heart. And so ruling from your heart and connecting to your masculine, where Mars is in Leo, is also ruling from your heart. And when I say ruling, I don't mean ruling over another, meaning that you are placing that dominance of who you are through your heart center. You're placing the dominance of your power, because when it comes to Leo energy, that's that fire energy. And that fire energy, it lights things up, it ignites things. And this is where the feminine and the masculine are now meeting on the same page. So you feel into where and how you are in communication when it comes to expressing your heart, where you are in communication where it comes to expressing love. Not just love to your twin or love to your husband or your lover, but the love you can express to yourself, where you can look at yourself in the mirror and you're walking out and you're not even saying anything, and you're just emanating all this energy. The bees start flying around you, the birds, children running up to you. Then it's a sign. It's like this, that's the sign of you and what you're gravitating with, and that power and that passion, where you're using your gifts with that expression, right? You're bringing on the element of what is value for you with how you look and how you feel. Are you matching how you look with how you feel, or are you feeling, looking good, but you're, feeling crappy, and it shows, and things have now, where they show me things have now switched from where we had, it was 2017, we had an eclipse. If anyone remember that eclipse, because boy, do I remember that eclipse. Oh my gosh. I went through a split that broke my heart to pieces. Oh my God. I felt, as a matter of fact, it was in my solar plexus. And that time, that was when the axis was to do with Leo and Aquarius, right? Where love broke my heart. And love broke my heart because of the value I was placing on myself. I wasn't honoring myself enough, right? So now we're correcting the codes where, again, the feminine energy leads the way. The feminine energy in her expression, she's not settling for less. She is stepping forward through her heart. She's allowing her heart to lead the way to what the truth is. She knows who she loves. She knows what love is for her. She knows what that expression of love is for her in every way possible. She doesn't have to do anything because when she walks, she attracts it all to her, just like that. The birds will start to sing. The waters open up for her. The rain falls and just, blesses all her plants, and then everything starts to grow. You see? It flows through her. And then as she does that, her divine masculine is connecting to that, because the energy of masculine, which is within her, connects to it because she feels the support that she gives to herself and what she knows and what she desires. Because when it comes to Leo, that passion, that fire, it's a burning desire. And then that passion, that purpose, that this desire that is within you, it's possible. It's not just possible. It is. It is. It just is, right? Because it's bringing itself into that action. And so if you feel you're not at that place, it's okay. Work through where you have diminished yourself when it comes to who you are, who you've been in the past, where you've been hurt, where you felt abandoned, where you felt let down, where you felt you haven't been heard, where you felt you haven't been in your full expression, where you felt that you've been following your path of what your mother has been or done, or your dad, where you felt left out or let down by your dad, where your dad has not been supportive of you, especially the women when it comes to the relationship with your fathers, the men, your relationship with your mother. Okay? Go deeper and deeper and deeper. Okay? Because once you unplug, when you unplug that part of yourself that has been stuck because it's in those realities where you are experiencing the South Node of Scorpio, and see where Scorpio is in your chart, what you are working through, processing, okay? What that part of you is leaving. If it's an inverted, I think they call it an inverted reversal. If it's the North Node in Scorpio, South Node in Taurus, and what that has been for you, where things have been the opposite, right? And then think about how we're really, really, really coming into this aspect of so much fire coming through. Guess what date? July 17th. Anyone remember back in 2015, we keep seeing 717, 777, 717, 717, 717, 777. That's the code. That's the twin soul code. It's also the code of balance, with, 7 is the of mastery. 7 is God's number. 7 is the element of perfection. 7, and remember, perfection is the perfection that Source has ordained what perfection is. So even in the imperfection, it is still perfect. Okay? And then the 1, it represents the pillar. The 7 is the representation. The majority of ascended masters had incarnated with the number 7. Yeshua, the Buddha, Krishna, let me see if I'm trying to remember another one, but they all had the elements of oh my gosh, let me remember his name. Oh my gosh, what is his name again? Oh my gosh. Anyway, they'll bring it back to me. Oh my gosh, what is his name? Anyway, so his number was number 7 as well. And so 717 is when the nodes change to Aries, the axis of Aries and Libra. So this is where, and I'll be back on to talk more, but they just want me to cover the surface of everything, just in case. So this is the element of where it's like, when every time you hear the beginning, the beginning, the beginning, we have new beginnings, new beginnings, new beginnings. No, this is the ultimate new beginning. Because remember all these eclipses we've had, right? The Leo Aquarius axis, the Gemini Sagittarius axis, solar and lunar, masculine and feminine, switch over where the solar is the feminine and the solar is masculine, the lunar is feminine, and that's what Spirit showed me, that it switches on both sides. And so Aries is self. Aries is the beginning. Aries is fire. So imagine what that's going to be. Now, this is where I say imagine. Imagine what that's going to feel like with Aries as it is at the tail of the nodes changing, right? And then we're going to be ushering in a few days Leo season. Every time Leo season coming in, it's a power punch for me. Because why? Because my rising is Sagittarius. So homegirl's going to be on it, whatever it is. And not only that, I will be out of my nodal return. Yay. I know I'm still going to have the affecting, but I realize and I know why my body had to go through whatever density has been within me with my colon, my teeth, the things that's carrying my teeth, because they say even your teeth represents a part of you with your wealth. It does, And I even went through a process with my hair, even more, not that I didn't accept my hair, but just embracing the value that I have with my hair and the fullness of it, the thickness of it, the expression of my natural hair and the different ways of expressing my hair, right? I am my hair and I'm not my hair. And then so we think about this. You hear Bob Marley in the background, these songs of freedom. Where say you are in the expression of self, right? Now that you've gone through, I don't know, many of you, how long you have been on, your journey of self, right? I mean, it's always been ongoing anyway, but how long have you been in your awareness of what you are taking accountability for with your path? Okay, how I word it like that. What it represents for you in the beginning now that you're in a new self-expression. How are you now able to consciously create and recreate yourself? Because we don't just create and then it ends. It's an ongoing process, right? It's an ongoing process. We're recreating and creating self. And where it will be in the South Node of Libra is the way that we have been with our relationships in the past. We're able to now migrate and balance it together now, right? Balance out our relationships. That's what Libra is. Relationships, the relationship that we have with society in general, right? The relationship that we're building and having in the systems. It doesn't mean all of the system is going to go away. It just means that there's parts of the system that's going to go away. Things that we rely on, we're no longer going to be relying, because we're going through that transitional phase or stage of the things that we have been connected to, what had been built in Capricorn and also Pisces, the age of Pisces, what has been built on with connected to the belief systems and those structures, right? Oh, 333, there's 433 here now. And, excuse me. And so when we feel into what we bring into the highest expression of that balance. See, look at that. 7 people, 7 likes. Confirmation. And so when we bring in that principle of that connectivity of the self and the connection. So I don't want to say just relationship, I'm choosing to bring in the corrected frequency of connecting and our connections. And then as we are embodying and grounding the connections, and we're feeling and we're connecting through our connections and the connectivity, therefore we're forming new relationships. And so as we are led abound to, as the US is going through their Pluto breakdown, however it's going to unfold and whatever it's going to come through. Because you remember, this is the hub. This is the hub of where things had began, whether someone came from another region, because it was all one region, but this area, this region, these regions here is where things happen with the split, what we call the Atlantis time, or whatever name or label. It's the timing of the things that repeated itself, where we were in the highest element of joy and go higher, the highest element of blissfulness. Remember I spoke about blissfulness before? Blissfulness is where you're feeling all of it. You're feeling the essence. This is not even chakra me I talk about. Me I talk about the essence through your soul, your physical body, when you're feeling it through the elements of the cells of your body. Where you can't eat, you can't sleep, you're excited. You're connecting to everything and all things, and that love is so powerful and so strong that anything else that is less than or doesn't represent that love, it doesn't even affect you. Like, you don't see it because you're spinning so fast and so far, and that energy itself is like a spin top. And when you're in that frequency, this is what breaks down anything that's not of love. Okay? You're still loving. You're still in a space of unconditional love, but because you're in the higher states of love, you're embodying the higher states of love. You're walking in that energy of that energy of love, right? You're walking it, you're being it, you're doing it, you're emanating it, you're speaking it. You see? And as you are in that space, so it shall be in every corner. You see? And so this is what is assisting us, the planetary assistance with the nodes moving into Aries, North Node, Aries, Libra, the connections. This is and these are the connections that are not going to go through the separation like before, because things had to be in alignment on the earth in order to facilitate the unions. What would have been the purpose of coming to union when somebody probably they would have probably had a heart attack or dropped down, because it's so strong. It's very, very strong. It's very, very strong. And again, these connections are connections that are going to be felt. And this is where people are going to say, now I know God. Now I know who God is. I want to see God. I want to know God. I want to feel God. I want to feel source. I want to feel love. I want to experience love. But if they're not ready for it, then it's futile. So this is where now the hearts are going to be more and more open to receiving love, because now that they've had their breakdowns, they've lost things, they've lost loved ones, they have felt like they're in a place now where they've had enough, and then that's what it breaks open the heart. It cracks it open. And then when they see the miracles of the divine, when they see that what you've gone through and what you've been judged by, what you've been criticized, when you've been called, whether a demon or you're this and you're that and whatnot, and what are you doing? You need to stop. Stop doing that. That person's not for you. Stop fantasizing. And you still stood your strength. You still stood your ground. You still stayed in your knowing. And you don't have to say anything back. You're just going to be that representation of what Source has anointed and appointed on you. That no one or nothing can come in between that. Ever, ever. That's the true power. Nothing or no one can touch you, harm you, take anything away from you. Because that's the power. That is what has been granted, what has been given, what has been restored. The restoration of the heart, the restoration of your mind. You're not going out of your mind, but you are, but you're not. You're not crazy, but you are, but you're not. You're crazy in love. You're crazy in joy. You're crazy in peace. And you didn't compromise yourself. You didn't give up. 3 years. I've had other cases, 3-4 years. And I'd be like, wow. And then when you think back, imagine 2020 was 3 years ago. Does it feel like it was 3 years ago? So there's no time, but there is time. And so the time is now. And I can definitely feel that there's going to be so much beautiful surprises coming in. Spirit shows me, and it's going to be in just expected and unexpected ways. And they show me that each one is going to have like a testimony of whatever they're experiencing. Okay, that even if one individual's world looks like it's falling, yours is rising. You're rising, and the other may look in their reality that it's falling, and it's still okay. It's still okay. Okay, there's no need for guilt behind it because it's time. They said it's time. Okay, so journal, remain centered, speak your truth. Speak your truth to its power. Stay strong in your inner knowing. Okay? Anyway, I am going to let's just be still for a moment, okay? And what we're taking in this present moment. Thank you for staying on, my beloveds. Ooh. And let's just be thankful for Charlize releasing her album that got me to finally come on. I'm just kidding, but I'm just not. Right? And I'm grateful for the time and the moment that we have. That grace brings us home, because the home is where the heart is, right? And where the heart is, not just the physical aspect of the heart, but the heart itself and what it connects to, how it connects. And it's like when we open our heart, I've heard before where people who have open heart surgeries, there's something that they have been clogging up within themselves, what they're not opening themselves up to, right? What they store in energy, either whether anger or they haven't experienced love, and so therefore they close their hearts off to love, and then they have artery blockages or stored anger, and or they're not taking care of themselves too, eating all that greasy food and stuff. That plays a part in it too. But when the mind is clear, and when the thought process is on being the best and doing the best for yourself, your soul, your higher self will always lead you to what you will do for yourself that's highest and best, because you're actively working on your healing. Okay? Because the soul and the feelings within your body will always speak to you. So let us give thanks for continuously having the ability to let our hearts speak to us. That we can place our hands on our hearts right now. And we're going to use our left hand and our right hand. And if you have on any slippers, socks, take it off. Take it off. And what we're doing is we're creating an energy and creating a force field of love. That the left is not necessarily a representation of just feminine energy. It's the representation of receptivity. It's a representation of one side. And then the right side is a representation of the energy that's, I support you, I love you. That whatever you choose to have, that you're supported. Because let's just face it, we love to know that whatever we do, that we do have love and support. That's what creates the feeling of the tribe, and the feeling of knowing that someone really connects to you and with you to do with your journey. Because it becomes lonely, it becomes sad at times. It makes you feel like you are not experiencing what it's like to have harmonious communication. So let's begin with ourselves. Let's give ourselves that support on our heart. And so we're in gratitude for our heart, that our heart is pumping, that it's not just pumping, but it's moving in synchronization. It's moving through all the veins and all of the cellular parts of ourselves, that whatever memories that we have in the past life, past relationships, the past feelings, the past embodiments of ourselves, whether we're in a male body or female body, the past with all of our relationships with money, our relationships with food, our relationships with self, our relationships with others, our relationship where we live, how we work, what we do, all the relationships, a relationship with our phones, with technology, with the AI, a relationship with animals, the pets, the trees, the flowers, the bees, the spiders, all these relationships. We're grateful for what they represent because it shows us something that we can connect to and what the connection means for me and for you. And so on this day forward, we're so grateful for the strength that Spirit has given to me, to yourselves, to be here, to be present, to be in this moment of now. That everything that moves through the cells of our bodies, through our heart, that it, that it not just pumps the blood, but it also sends the message of what we feel. Because one of the greatest feelings in the world is to feel love. One of the greatest feelings in the world is to accept love. And we accept love because we know that's what's real. We know that that is what is present. Love has never left. It has always been here. Yes, we see sadness. Yes, we see transgressions. We see so many things that looks like and is going against, but it is for us because we would not know what love is if we did not see and experience the opposite. So therefore we give thanks. We give thanks. And so it is. So thank you so much, beautiful souls. Thank you for your time and your presence, being present, because you are the gift that you've always been waiting on all the time. I am the messenger. I am the messenger. So peace be with you until next time. And I'm still working on some things to let you know, including my website and how I'm structuring things. So just bear with me, please. So like I said, I have to keep practicing my boundaries and my time, and I'm working at it. I am working on self, and most of all, I'm staying in love and being in love with life and everything that it has to offer. So you do the same. And if you do desire a session with me, if you have ever had a session with me before and you would like to have a review of it or whatever, you can drop me an email requesting that, not necessarily what's on the website, and I will and can work with you, okay? So anyway, and still remember that the greatest messages are still coming from within you because you have that divine power, okay? Always, always. Even if the message is going to come through a bird, a totem, something. Dream, waking, or sleeping. Just know that you're on the right path, okay? All right, peace and blessings. And don't forget to, check out Charlize's album if you haven't already. And if you want to drop a line on how you feel about the album or anything like that, please let us know. And if you are not following me on social media, please do follow me on social media if you can. Instagram, Facebook, _love_Sharon. And sometimes I'm on Facebook too, Sharon Andrea. I'm right there. And what else again? Let me see. What else again? I know I have my emails. And I have Twitter too, but I'm not really that active on Twitter. And I also have TikTok, but I'm not actively on TikTok because, like I said, I'm choosing to balance everything through and out, okay? So thank you so much again. And please enjoy your time and space with what you're experiencing, from now till towards the end of what we call this year, because big things are going, big things. Oh my gosh, I cannot begin to tell you, but you know, okay? Love you. Peace be with you. Until next time.